The Wandering Saw. The wind whispered across the infinite plain like a great black hand, casting waves of shadows over the dancing grass. Each individual blade curved under the whirling gust, almost as if it cowered under the silent chorus of tortured screams it seemed to bring with it. Each breeze was filled with an acute sense of pain, a wail of eternal anguish inaudible to the normal human ear. The grass swayed back and forth before abruptly standing straight, pulsating in response to the arrival of a wanderer in the sea of gloom. The endless grass could sense the danger, the violence, oozing from the very pores of the man who trudged through the valley. Under his step, the blades bent beneath his oppressiveness, flattening under his boot without really knowing why. The man planted his rubber boots firmly into the grass, crushing the frightened blades as he scoured the horizon of the eternal gray. The wind whipped at his long, matted hair, almost dread-like from a lifetime of blood and grime caking the strands without as much as a single wash. His face was obscured by a crude metal mask. An emotionless expression shone on the rusted iron. He was heavy-set, but carried it in a way that made it powerful. What was once a white cotton shirt was heavily stained with dirt and a faded crimson color, with a black leather apron tied around his waist and neck. Both hands wore long butcher's gloves, one squeezed in a fist, the other gripping a sticky chainsaw. He moved his head across the dark grassland lazily, as if he hadn't seen anything interesting in days. He didn't eat. He didn't sleep. His only regime was the endless wander, and to find someone worthy of tasting the jagged teeth of his saw. The grass around his boots vibrates intensely, almost as if they were shaking in fear. Without direction or any inclination of where to go, he simply walked forward, the chainsaw swaying in his low grip. When the teeth grazed a taller blade among the rest, the foliage seemed to silently scream, withering away like ash in a windstorm. On he trudged, one heavy booted step after another. It was a determined walk, each step filled with unspoken purpose, silently drawing closer and closer to a blind goal that made sense only to him. The chainsaw was heavy in his left hand, but he held on, impatiently waiting for the exulting pull of the ripcord. Despite the nagging desire, it remained calm, like an itching gunslinger's hand eagerly waiting to draw the machined blade. Creatures lurked in the shadows of the tall grass, watching the wanderer in frightened silence. Not a single organism looked identical to the next, aside from the recurring theme of twisted gore and limb amalgamation. Occasionally, the masked man would stop and slowly browse the horizon, and the things lurking would duck out of sight, and trembling under the metal gaze. He would look only for a few seconds, but the concept of time was lost to this plane. The single blink of an eye could take an eternity to observe. And to the hidden pests in the grass, all they could do was wait for the roar of the living chainsaw. But there was no cord pulled, no hostility brewing. The masked wanderer simply turned back to his course and continued his slow march, leaving the critters be. Concern was not a capable feeling for the wanderer, nor was any of the normal human feelings one would experience. Deep within the expressionless face of the rusted mask was the ability to sense the power of those around him, as if he could see an aura of strength radiating from the creatures he passed. If something were to lurch from the grass and attack him, he would know, and he would reach for the cord in the same instant his opponent took a single step in his direction. Over many hills and slopes walked the chainsaw man, with nothing but more grass and the weak hiding around him. He could sense them trembling, but he paid them no mind. They were not worthy of tasting the teeth. Step after step he continued on, pressing forward through the trembling grass with steady, monotonous steps. The more he walked, the more he felt the itch, the urge to rip the chainsaw to life and let it scream. The want of the vibration in his fist was what he existed for, but it was pointless if there was no one worthy of feeling its shredding embrace. As the masked wanderer reached the top of a hill, it gave him eyes on the plain ahead, one of the twisted metal and stacked husks, a junkyard. The chainsaw man looked over the newfound area with calm excitement, wondering if such an opponent was hiding among the nooks of scrap. He cracked his stiff neck, feeling the wear of constant travel in his demented bones. He wasn't tired, and there would be no rest. The wind of the next fight was enough to keep him going, and it was more nourishing than any morsel of food or relished depravity he could indulge in. Without further delay, he descended the hill and trudged into the walls of scrapped automobiles, seeking the reward that lay within. The destroyed vehicle frames were stacked well over his head, looming over like skyscrapers of burnt metal. The vibrating grass thinned and eventually gave way to a slop of mud, each step sucking at his rubber boots as the journey grew more difficult. The weaker pests watched from their posts in the distorted steel, watching him work his way through the walls of scrap. Off in the distance, a scuffed-up jester with bleeding eyes watched from atop the wreckage, a bloody skinning knife squeezed into his linen glove. The wanderer could sense his gaze, but didn't give him as much as a glance. He was not the opponent he sought. With his sense of power, he felt the jester slip away into the surrounding abyss, withering away until the aura was lost. Deeper and deeper, the masked man descended into the walls of skeletal automobiles, each passing row growing narrower until he found himself in some sort of hallway of broken steel. He was getting closer. Every step planted brought him closer to his reward. The chainsaw was ready, begging to come to life. He idly ignored the plea, his boots slapping through the mud that came up to his ankles. An aroma of stale petrol wafted down the tunnel of stacked cars. The fuming scent welcomed the congested nostrils behind the mask. Ahead there was a standing pool of gasoline, its oily shine reflecting on the mud surface. With a silent nod of acceptance, the masked man trudged his way towards the collection of fuel. Without a sound, the man knelt before it, the swampy ground soaking his pant leg. He tilted his mask upward, long locks of dirty hair obscuring his face. As his chapped lips kissed the surface of the potent liquid, he slurped loudly, taking in mouthful after mouthful of the burning water. He drank greedily, for it was perhaps the only other indulgence he allowed, aside from the wandering hunt. The fluid stung his cheeks, and with every gulp he felt the fire shriveling his insides. Behind him there was a thud, followed by the clang of metal. He paused his quenching thirst and slowly slid the mask down, swallowing the last bit of gasoline that continued to stab at his rotting gullet. With the sound of wrung leather, he squeezed the hilt of the chainsaw as he returned to his feet. He could hear the hissing of his visitor lurking behind him, but he did not quicken his pace. He turned to see half a man, hunched low like a wolf ready to strike. The man was perched on his hands, holding himself upright with bent arms. The walking torso took a hand step forward, dragging his body that was obliterated from the waist down. He had a mess of tentacle-like intestines where his legs would be, and he slid himself over the mud-slick surface like some sort of grotesque octopus merman. His face was upside down, and a toothy mouth served as one hollow eyeball. His actual legs looked as if they had been gouged out ages ago. The butchered merman looked over the wanderer with his sniffing nostril, trying to size him up without actually seeing him. After a series of reverse smells, the merman shrieked, his coarse growl bouncing off the walls of cars that sounded like a chorus of tortured men. After his lungs emptied, he puffed his muddy chest out, letting his growl of intimidation sink in. The wind whistled as the chainsaw man looked down on the merman, his dreads whipping wildly. He stared intently from behind the rusted mask, the closed eyes and the iron burrowing into the walking torso. He took a powerful step forward, his boots striking the mud so hard it seemed to shake the ground. The air around them seemed to crackle, and suddenly the merman wailed in fear, like lightning had struck inches from his face. In a series of screeches, the torso fled, burrowing into the wreckage with its flailing guts trailing behind him. The masked man watched until the pest was out of sight, and when he was satisfied with the dismissal, he continued his journey down the iron corridor. The air grew thicker the closer he got. He could feel the growing intensity with every step, and as the metallic taste of victory was in reach, he felt the ever-evolving itch of the ripcord demanding attention. He silenced the need and focused only on the whistling wind as he waded through the energized atmosphere. His breath wheezed against the mask, his boots sloshed in the mud, the apron slapped in the gust, and as he drew toward the end of the corridor, he heard the first sounds of his opponent's presence. The tearing came first. It was a loud, shrewd hiss like someone was ripping carpet from an old floor. It was slow, painfully drug out. Whoever was causing such a commotion was taking their time, enjoying every step of their cruel endeavor. Each tear was followed by a muffled groan, like magma suffocating under a hard shell. The masked man drifted in, eager to see the scene of his next battleground. So close to the reward, he couldn't pass up savoring the discovery. There was a loud pop, accompanied by a grunt of relief. The chainsaw man could hear the sudden gush of fluid peppering the mud, a shower of blood without question. It was a familiar sound, one common in a land such as this. Then there was the sound of a thrown object slapping on the wet ground. The next grunt was slower, almost aroused. Whatever task had been completed had just as easily been forgotten. Unable to wait any longer, the masked man reached the end of the metal hallway, arriving in a round, dead-end clearing. It was a miniature coliseum, and the junk cars were stacked much higher. The walls of scrap reached almost 30 feet, and towering high to keep out any unwanted attention. Only a few brave crows watched from the pinnacle, blood-red eyes waiting for the inevitable feast. The masked man watched silently, the source of the noise being everything he wanted it to be. Alas, the long journey had paid off. He had come to the right place. Directly in the center of the clearing was a chiseled mountain of a man, his muscles flexing as he worked on his prey beneath him. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow as he twisted the giant spiral gear of a two-handed crescent wrench. He adjusted the mechanical jaw on the oversized tool, his beady eyes never leaving his victim. A faded yellow hard hat was strapped to his head, a color that matched his reflecting fireman trousers. He was shirtless, showing his natural armor of bulging muscle and suspenders that stretched over a broad chest. With the sound of gnashing molars, he worked his jaw, a complete lack of skin and tendons from his cheeks down, showing the complete lower half of his skull. The hulking worker was so entranced on his prey, he hadn't yet noticed the masked man observing in silence. Beneath the weight of the muscular fiend was a body, so horribly mangled the only features telling its gender were the pair of pale breasts pressed into the mud. Both legs had been wrenched off mid-thigh, as well as the right arm. Each stump was a torn mess of broken bone and warped gristle. The only limb intact was the left arm, frozen in a final reach of despair, contorted fingers grasping at the unknown possibility of rescue. The masked man watched as the helmeted fiend lowered the cold forged steel jaw on the last limb, spinning the gear to get the perfect clamped bite on the tender flesh. The laborer's bony jaw clacked with excitement when he stood and gripped the wrench in both hands, giving view to the outline of a large erection in the tight fireman pants. Just as the fiend was about to throw his man-made lever, he stopped, suddenly transfixed on the face of the mutilated female. With one hand holding the wrench, he crouched, his clicking jaw inches from the girl's face. His free hand caressed her matted hair, moving the strands from her brow so he could see the side of her face that wasn't buried in mud. Her cheek wore the streams of 100 dried tears beneath a single bloodshot eye that was locked in the distance. Through twitching eyelids, she stared at the masked man, who watched in silence, savoring. As the beady eyes found the rusted mask, a ghostly scream erupted from the skeletal jaw, so loud it shattered every window in the makeshift coliseum. In a rain of glass, the laborer rose, tearing the wrench from the ground and letting the heavier end fall into his palm. With a single stride, he stepped in front of his prey, as if to block the path of the chainsaw-wielding trespasser. There were no words spoken, only the invisible rules of the fight that would now have to unfold. The laborer flexed his entire upper body, veins popping like straw all across. The masked man reached for the cord, his wrists and fingers cracked from prolonged disuse. When his digits curled around the cord's T-handle, he felt his whole body come to life, suddenly reawakened from a long-lost slumber. He waited for the opponent to make the first move, and as the helmeted fiend took his first sprinting stride, he yanked hard on the rope. The chainsaw roared to life, and the battle began, the jagged teeth moving in a blur as they cut through the air. The laborer jumped and brought the wrench down hard, aiming for the metal mask in his aggressive rage. Another ghastly scream exploded from his bony jaw as the tool crashed into the ground, throwing chunks of broken earth and splashes of mud in all directions. The wanderer had moved out of the way at the last second and was thrashing with the chainsaw, swinging wide at his opponent's face. The laborer tucked his chin and caught the screaming blade with his helmet, feeling the teeth dig into the tough plastic before it glanced off. The masked man worked with the momentum of the saw, holding it outstretched in both hands and pivoting his feet in the mud so he spun with the weight of the power tool. And turning on his heel, the masked man turned and brought the saw down harder this time. With a frustrated grunt, the laborer yanked the wrench free from the earth, bringing it up just in time to stop and absorb the saw's impact. The chainsaw burrowed into the wrench with a flurry of dancing sparks, the unnatural teeth shaving a divot into the steel. The masked man leaned into his attack, gripping the shaking blade like a heavy sword. The helmeted fiend buckled under the vibrating weight, his boots sliding in the mud as he fought for traction. He looked into the expressionless mask of his mysterious challenger, the wrench shaking so hard it tore the skin on his palms. Toxic black smoke billowed from the engine as he teetered into the cut, rocking back and forth like he was finishing a fallen tree. The mask shielded any signs of fatigue, only adding to the power of the maniacal blade. This angered the laborer deeply, and he flexed again to unleash his own power, fueled by the interrupted climax of his prey. The laborer deadlifted the weight with his massive legs and repelled the saw with a wild swing, rearing back to bring the wrench down on his opponent's skull once again. The masked man stepped in quickly, tossing his weight into a haymaker with his defense wide open, his gloved fist buried into the laborer's face, bony knuckles crushing his nose and digging into his left eye socket. The wound bled immediately, crimson tendrils seeping from half of his face the instant he withdrew the punch. The laborer echoed another ethereal scream, much louder than before. The mangled female on the ground burrowed her face away from the noise, and the crows perched above flew away in fright. The laborer clacked his jaw rapidly as his eyes glowed red, his veins pulsing like living worms across taut muscles. The next punch came before the wanderer had time to react, a straight-armed slug smashing into the mask like it was shot from a 75mm cannon. The impact jarred his neck and the shockwave sent his body reeling, hurtling across the mud like a skipping rock. The wanderer crashed into the Colosseum wall, embedded into the warped metal in a flurry of dust and debris. As the dust cleared, he shouldered a broken sedan door that tried to envelop him in an attempt to break free of the junk's embrace. The saw still throbbed with life, a feral cough of digested fuel surging through the machinery. The wanderer raised his head just in time to see the helmeted fiend rocketing toward him, already at half swing with the muddy wrench. With glowing evil eyes blinding his vision, he felt the excessive force of the wrench crushing his plump stomach, several ribs cracking under the colossal weight of the blow. The wall of trash cars shifted under the immense power of the attack, and the wanderer felt his body being pressed further into the broken steel. A meteor shower of metal and fiberglass rained down from the walls of their arena, dozens of sharp pieces sticking into the mud around them. Winded, the laborer reached a thick arm into the wreckage and grabbed the wanderer by the shoulder, ripping him from his twisted encasement. The masked man latched onto his opponent's arm and squeezed, digging his meaty thumb into the soft flesh opposing the elbow. With shattering strength, he broke the laborer's arm and twisted, feeling the sinewy snap of the joint under his butcher's glove. The helmeted fiend sucked in for a cry of pain, but was stopped short as the wanderer burst from the wreckage, driving mask first into a full-body headbutt. The blank mask drilled into the laborer's face like a battering ram, the rusted iron splintering the hard hat to several scattering pieces. Distraught from the surprise attack, the laborer stumbled, retaliating with an awkward one-handed swing of the wrench. In the staggered blink of his beady eye, the wanderer squeezed the injured arm and broke it backwards, followed by a chainsaw swing that swatted the wrench away like an annoying fly. As the laborer flinched from the wanderer's inhuman recovery, the masked man let go of the ruined limb and smashed him in the face with the pommel of his mechanical sword. The hardware broke multiple teeth from the skeletal jaw, and the laborer fell like a rag doll, inches from the bloodshot gaze of the tortured female. He locked one eye with the girl, his other one swelled shut from his opponent's haymaker. As he stared at her, he struggled to lift the wrench once more, pouring all of his strength into a final attempt to reclaim his domain. As he looked into the girl's mocking eye, he heard the scream of the chainsaw, accompanied by the heavy footsteps of the masked wanderer. Despite his odds, he tried to lift the wrench again, only to feel the immeasurable pain of the teeth chewing through his flesh. As the wanderer sideswiped him, the wicked blade ate through the muscular arm with ease and dug into his ribcage, shredding meat and bone alike as if it didn't exist at all. The wrench fell to its murky grave, taking the severed arm with it. With nothing else to hold himself up, the laborer collapsed into the mud with a wet smack, just as immobile as the abandoned girl that lay beside him. The wanderer stood over him, wet locks dripping on the laborer's chest as the blank mask looked down on him. The power of his gaze was suffocating, and as the rusted mask stared from above, he felt just as much as the prey he hunted. The fight was over. The laborer had lost. Without a single word, the wanderer planted a rubber boot on his heaving chest. He held him firm, just enough to keep him in place for the final blow. The wanderer did not receive pleasure from cruelty, nor did he enjoy toying with those he defeated. He only did what was necessary to move on. He took a closing look at the laborer, and as he squeezed the chainsaw's trigger, the blade's edge screamed in emotion. The laborer released a clacking hiss as the wanderer thrust the saw downward, plunging the weapon underneath the bony jaw. A gurgling rush gave way to the grinding of marrow, the hot chain kicking up a spray that splattered the black leather apron. The laborer's husk bucked under his planted boot, and he ran the blade upward, separating the skull in an explosion of broken bone and brain matter. The saw screamed until the rush of blood and gore gave way to the tilled mud, and only as the corpse ceased all movement did the chain stop its grind. The wanderer yanked the blade from the mess in silent satisfaction, pausing only momentarily to savor his victory. He looked up to the eternal overcast sky, blood running down the rusted iron that lacked all visible feeling. There was a deep breath. And as he exhaled, lightning cracked across the sky in a bright flash. Sheets of rain followed, showering the wreckage of the junkyard arena as if it tried to wash away the madness. Raindrops seeped past the mask and trickled down his shielded face in cool streams. There was an instant of solace, but it was only temporary. When he finally lowered his head, he knew it was time to move on. Rainwater trickled down the caked blade, leaving a red trail in the mud as he made his exit. A booming thunderclap sang across the sky as the wanderer left the destruction behind him, continuing his unending search for a stronger opponent. The Visitor from Hell. The first apocalypse took place in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Northern Virginia. It was caused by a 5-year-old girl named Sarah Rogers, an unassuming student just starting her first year of kindergarten. She also happened to be my daughter. The first domino to fall was because of a woman named Miss Erickson. Miss Erickson was Sarah's homeroom teacher, a lonely, middle-aged woman who harbored enduring obsessions with two things: the army of stray cats that besieged her home year-round, and the Christmas season. Because of the latter obsession, Miss Erickson decided that she would begin her Christmas lessons a little early that year, in mid-September. The first lesson involved students writing letters to Santa Claus. Harmless, right? Well, I certainly thought so at first. But as Miss Erickson's enthusiasm for teaching has never quite matched her enthusiasm for cats and candy cane-flavored liquor, the students' letters got sent out with some spelling errors. As far as I can tell, though, my daughter is the only one who sent her letter out to Satan. That shouldn't have been a problem. Just another funny anecdote to add to the highlight reel of stories that make up any normal childhood. The problem was that we got a letter back. It was a lazy Sunday afternoon, and I was drifting off to sleep in my recliner when I was startled from my reverie by an urgent knock at the door. I pushed myself out of the chair to go see who was there and what they could have possibly needed that was so important. Yet when I opened the door, I was greeted only by an empty porch. I leaned out and scanned the street. The sky was blue and cloudless, and the neighborhood was uncharacteristically quiet for the time of day. Usually on a Sunday afternoon, there would be kids chasing each other around, or perhaps working on their car. At the very least, Miss Mickelhattie would be out walking her dog to let it relieve itself on her least favorite neighbor's lawns. Yet the street was still and silent. I glanced down at my doormat and saw a charcoal black envelope. I bent down and picked it up, staring at it as I carried it inside my home. The envelope was cartoonishly large and smelled faintly of sulfur. Sarah, my daughter's name, was written on the front in blood-red ink. My first instinct was to wonder what kind of person would hand-deliver a letter to a 5-year-old girl. Turning the envelope over, I slid my thumb under the seal and tore it open. I pulled the letter inside out with care. It looked to be at least 100 years old and seemed like it might crumble in my hands at any moment. The penmanship was loopy cursive, written with the same blood-red ink that was on the envelope. I felt a growing sense of unease in the pit of my stomach as I read the letter, the contents of which I will replicate for you here. Dear Sarah, thank you so much for your letter. Almost nobody takes the time to write to me anymore. I usually only get letters from Satanists, and they are an awfully strange group of people. I have carefully considered your request for a life-size living teddy bear, and I believe that our scientists down here in hell have been able to put together a reasonable approximation of your request. Frank and Teddy is scheduled to arrive at your doorstep shortly after you receive this letter. Yours truly, Satan. I must have looked rather stupid as I stood there staring at the letter in my hands, my mouth hanging open as I tried to put my thoughts in order. Yet I wager I looked even stupider when I turned around to see a 7-foot-tall teddy bear standing behind me, and I screamed like a little girl. Frank and Teddy seemed unfazed by my reaction, and judging by his appearance, I'd guessed that he was used to such a reception. He had matted brown fur that was patched together with various bits of ragged cloth, and covered in what looked suspiciously like bloodstains. One of his eyes was a little black button, and the other one looked like a glowing ember set somewhere deep in the back of his head. He spoke in a booming, monotonous baritone that made me wonder if his vocal cords had been singed by hellfire. I am Frank and Teddy, he bellowed. I am here to love you. I tried to force my mouth to form words, but all that came out was a small squeaking noise. Are you Sarah? Frank and Teddy bellowed. No, I'm Sarah's dad, I replied. Listen, I really don't think that. Where is Sarah? Interrupted Frank and Teddy. Well, she's at school right now, and then I will go to school so that I may love her. Wait a second. Well, school is over now, and she'll be home any moment, but you can't. Then I shall wait here, Frank and Teddy finished. He promptly turned around and made his way to my couch. The couch groaned and sagged under his enormous weight. He turned towards me. Do you have any souls of the damned? He bellowed. I must consume the souls of the damned to sustain myself. No, I replied. I'm afraid we don't. He made a vague grumbling noise in his throat and said, Cheetos are also fine. Oh, well, we do have those. I'll help myself. I looked back down at the letter as Frank and Teddy wandered into my kitchen and saw that there was a customer service number written on the back. I got on my phone to call it, but before I finished dialing, I heard a scream sound out from behind me. I turned around to Sarah standing in the doorway, mouth hanging open as she stared at Frank and Teddy, rummaging through our cabinets and throwing things on the floor in search of his Cheetos. Sarah, honey, don't be scared, I said, trying to take my own advice. But Sarah wasn't scared at all. She shot past me like a bolt of little blonde lightning and leapt onto Frank and Teddy's leg, wrapping herself so tightly around it that she was lifted off the ground whenever he took a step. He's perfect, Daddy, she screamed. I can't wait to take him to show and tell. I was flabbergasted. Wait, really? I sputtered. Of course, Sarah squealed. Oh, I said. But you can't bring a monster teddy bear to... Are you Sarah? Frank and Teddy's booming voice cut me off yet again. Yes, Sarah shouted. Frank and Teddy took a knee. My lady, he bellowed. I have been enlisted by the Dark Lord Satan to serve at your pleasure. I shall love and protect you with my life and inflict the horrors of a demonic legion on your enemies."
"Cool," Sarah shouted. She leapt to her feet and began hopping around Frankenteddy in circles. Not knowing what else to do, I finished typing the customer service number into my phone with shaking hands. The line rang once, and then a tired female voice answered.
"Hell customer service. How may I help you today?"
"Listen, Wait. Did you just say, how may I hell you?" The voice on the other end sighed.
"It's not my joke. It's just something management forces us to say."
Okay, listen, I think there's been some sort of mistake." The woman sighed again.
"All heaven and hell placements are final. The appeals process is really more of a formality."
"What? No, I'm talking about the 7-foot-tall monster teddy bear that just showed up in my home."
"Oh,"
the woman said, her tone relaxing a bit. "You must be the Rogers household." "Yeah, that's right."
Satan wanted to let you know that he hopes your daughter enjoys the gift. He regrets to inform you, however, that he will be out of the office until next Wednesday, so he won't be able to check back with you until then."
I turned and watched Frankenteddy open a family-sized bag of Cheetos and dump its entire contents into his mouth. Several handfuls fell onto the floor, and Sarah trampled them into dust as she hopped around in excitement. "Well, can I maybe return him until then?" I asked.
"No."
"So I'm stuck with a giant monster teddy bear until Satan calls me next week?"
"No, of course not,"
the woman said. "Oh, thank God," I replied, somewhat regretting my phrasing.
"Satan won't be calling you. He has you scheduled for a face-to-face."
My throat tightened up and my mouth went dry. I tried to tell her that wasn't necessary, but all I could get out was a few croaking sounds. She muttered something about rude humans and hung up the phone with a decisive click. I turned back around to see Sarah screaming with laughter as Frankenteddy tossed her up in the air and caught her over and over again. Her hair had fallen over her face, and her bright blue eyes shone like little aquamarines. I couldn't help but smile a little despite myself. The smile disappeared, however, when I began to think about how I was going to keep a 7-foot-tall teddy bear hidden from the rest of the neighborhood. And that was a relatively small problem compared to deciding what to do when Satan himself showed up on my doorstep. Yet as I watched Frankenteddy tear apart my kitchen, the most pressing issue became clear. I was going to have to buy more Cheetos. A demonic sleepover. My nerves were fried. My hand shook as I set down the empty coffee cup, my fourth one of the night. Frankenteddy and Sarah sat with their legs splayed out on the living room floor, working on a coloring book. It was 2 a.m. I had tried calling the customer service line over and over again the previous day, only to be put on hold, hung up on, and eventually transferred to a place called the Department of Motor Vehicles and Purgatory Assignations. Finally, I gave up, but I promised myself I would not sleep until I could reach him, and resolved to try again the next morning. For now, all I could do was watch Sarah and Frankenteddy color. I cleared my throat to get their attention. They didn't even look up. "Ahem," I said more loudly. Nothing. I pushed my tired body off the sofa and walked over to the two of them, tapping Frankenteddy on the shoulder. "When do you think you might want to go to sleep?" I asked. "Sleep?" said Frankenteddy, his face a question mark. "You know, that thing where you close your eyes and lay still for about 8 hours?" His face registered no recognition. My eyes strayed to the coloring book, where Cinderella's dress had been filled in with a deep purple crayon, with almost as much color outside the lines as in. She'd also been given a pair of large red horns. "Sarah," I said, "I thought you could color all inside the lines now." Sarah's face broke into a grin. "That was Frankenteddy," she said. "He's terrible." "These crayons are too small," protested Frankenteddy. and they taste like wax."
"You're not supposed to eat them,"
Sarah giggled. Frankenteddy shrugged his huge shoulders and began clumsy work on a black, spiky tail that poked out of the back of Cinderella's dress.
"Even if you don't need sleep,"
I said.
"Sarah does, and she's got school tomorrow morning." "I'm too excited to go to sleep, Daddy," protested Sarah.
"That may be, but even so, you're gonna put on your pajamas, lay in bed, and try."
"At least let us finish Cinderella first, then I'll go to bed, I promise."
"All the spaces have already been colored in."
"Frankenteddy says she's not done until she has her other 8 arms."
I sighed. "You've already finished 9 other drawings. I let you stay up because you were excited, but it's long past time for bed. You two can finish Cinderella after you get back from school tomorrow." My stomach gave a guilty twinge. I'd never lied to Sarah before, but I had no intention of Frankenteddy still being there by the time she got back home from school the next day.
"But Dad,
Sarah's next excuse was cut short by a yawn. This seemed to signify that I had won the argument, and so, reluctantly, she packed her crayons back into the box and trudged upstairs to change for bed. I watched her back disappear at the top landing. I then looked back down at Frankenteddy, who was giving Cinderella an extra pair of insectoid eyes. He must have sensed my gaze, because he turned around and looked at me. "Can you teach me how to sleep?" he asked.
Not tonight,"
I said. "But I desire to learn this human function. In return, I shall teach you how to summon a nightmare creature from the eternal realms of sorrow." I shook my head.
"Frankenteddy, I really don't need to know how to do that. Besides, sleep isn't something that you can teach."
"I am a good learner," he insisted. "It only took me an hour to learn how to breathe."
"You had to learn how to breathe?"
Frankenteddy nodded. Seeing that he was only going to keep pestering me until I agreed, I relented.
"Okay, there's really not that much to it. You just close your eyes, lay down, and let your mind relax. Some people count sheep."
"I see," said Frankenteddy. "Where do you keep the sheep?"
"They're imaginary sheep."
"Oh."
Frankenteddy closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then lowered himself onto the carpet.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You count them silently.
"I see. Very well."
He laid on the floor for only 10 seconds more, before a huge snore like a broken garbage disposal erupted from his mouth.
"Wow, I guess you really are a quick learner."
I went back upstairs to find Sarah in her room, already in her pajamas, with the covers up to her neck. The lights had all been turned off, except for the pink princess nightlight that she kept by her bed. I sat down on the other side of the mattress and smiled at her. "Did you brush your teeth?" I asked. "Yeah, Dad." "Good. Then give me a kiss." She sat up and kissed my forehead. "If you brush your teeth, then why does your breath stink?" I asked. "It doesn't stink," she protested. "Honey, it smells like dog breath, and a dog that doesn't brush its teeth at that." Sarah laughed and said, "Okay, fine." She slid off the edge of the bed and trundled off to the bathroom, where I heard the sink go on. She came back in and climbed under the covers, this time smelling like mint. "I'm still not sleepy." "I know, honey, but close your eyes anyway." Sarah closed her eyes, and within a minute she was lightly snoring. Her face relaxed and her little fists clutched around her teddy bear. I bent down and kissed her on the forehead before climbing back down the stairs and resuming my spot on the sofa.
I grabbed the book off the shelf, resolving to stay awake until the following morning. I should have chosen a more interesting book, however, because soon I was asleep too.
Welcome to hell. The next morning was bright and cheery. The birds were singing merrily and giving my very sleep-deprived self a major headache. I finished cooking breakfast, then went to wake Sarah up early for school. I sat down at the dining room table to our usual feasts of bacon, eggs, and iced orange juice. Frank and Teddy was still snoring on the living room floor. I looked at Sarah over my glasses, giving her what I hoped was a very stern and impressive look. "I'm gonna send you off to school today, like normal," I said. "And I want you to promise me that no matter what, you're not gonna say anything to any of your friends about the demonic teddy bear in our living room. Can you do that for me?" Sarah swallowed a mouthful of bacon. "Uh-huh." I held out my hand, pinky extended. "Pinky promise?" Sarah rolled her eyes and locked her pinky into mine. "I pinky promise." "Good. Dad?" "Yeah?" "Can I go wake up Frank and Teddy now?" "After you finish your breakfast." Sarah grinned and began to attack her plate with a ferocity I'd only ever seen before on the Discovery Channel. Soon she was finished and streaming into the living room. I watched as she awoke Frank and Teddy by jumping onto his belly. The bear sat up with a start, spilling Sarah off onto the floor. "Princess Sarah," he bellowed in alarm. "Are you injured?" "No, but I've got to go to school. You have to wait here until I get back." "As you command." Sarah stuck her hand out with her pinky extended. "Pinky promise?" The bear looked down at his own conspicuously fingerless paw. "I don't have a pinky," he cried in dismay. "Just regular promise then." "I solemnly swear," he bellowed. "Good," said Sarah, shrugging on her backpack. I walked to the front door and let her out, then walked down with her to the curb to wait for the bus. Soon, the little yellow school bus that ran the circuit to and from Sarah's kindergarten was pulling to a stop with a whine of old brakes. I tried landing a kiss on Sarah's head, but missed and hit her backpack as she bolted to the bus and through the open doors. I sighed wistfully as I watched her jog down the middle aisle and sit with her waiting friends. They really do grow up so fast. I returned to the house to find Frank and Teddy had resumed last night's coloring. His massive paw clumsily curled around a crayon as he drew spiked spears and axes in the hands of Snow White and the 7 dwarves. I thought about saying something to him, and decided it was a waste of time and dug the phone out of my pocket, hitting the redial button on the number that had placed me on hold all day yesterday. The line rang once and a familiar voice answered.
"Hell customer service. How may I help you today?"
"This is Darren Rogers again."
"Oh, Mr. Rogers. How are Sarah and Frank and Teddy getting along?"
"They're getting along fine, but that's not really the point. I'm afraid I have to insist on returning him. He doesn't even belong on this planet, much less in my living room." I turned to see Frank and Teddy standing behind me. My stomach dropped as he glared at me. I stammered, grasping for an explanation. I didn't mean you. I was talking about the pet hamster." "If the hamster is a threat to Sarah's safety, then I shall terminate it." "Please don't do that." "That is preferable," Frank and Teddy bellowed. "I find the hamster to be cute. I do not wish to destroy it." I could feel my mouth hanging wide open again. Okay?"
"Mr. Rogers?"
The receptionist's stern voice came through the headset. "Yeah?"
"If you really insist that there's a problem with the teddy bear, I might be able to help you."
"Really?" I asked, daring to hope. "How's that?"
"Satan had a last-minute cancellation. I can squeeze you in for an appointment today instead.
Ah, I said, breathing out with an odd mixture of relief and dread. That would be great. When's the appointment?
Now,
She replied.
I will go ahead and buzz you 3 down.
Down? What do you mean, down? I didn't get an answer, though. Instead, a column of black and purple flames erupted around me. My living room dissolved into darkness, and I felt an intense pressure all around me like I was being sucked through a straw. Hot, sulfur-scented air rushed past me as I fell into the darkness, until finally I landed with a thud on something soft. Looking down, I saw that it was a cushy office chair. As I looked to the left and right, I saw empty office chairs on either side of me. A moment later, Sarah and Frank and Teddy had fallen into them from above. Judging by our surroundings, we were in some sort of cave. The walls were carved of rough brown stone that radiated shimmering heat. In the far back corner of the cave sat an enormous blue-scaled dragon head. Sarah was staring around with the same look of wonder on her face she'd had when I had first taken her to Disneyland. At the opposite end of the room, there was a large black desk of polished obsidian, behind which sat a high-backed leather office chair. I didn't have to wonder where Satan was for very long, because a puff of black and purple flames materialized behind the desk. And when the flames and smoke had vanished, he was sitting in his chair smiling at us as if we were having Sunday tea. Satan's skin was bright red, and he wore a silk black suit with dull gray pinstripes. He had 2 smallish black horns and a neatly trimmed goatee. "So," he said, "welcome to hell." He beamed around at all of us, but the room remained silent. "Ahem," he went on. "I don't get many visitors down here, besides the inmates, I mean." I saw out of the corner of my eye that Sarah had crawled into the dragonhead's mouth with Frank and Teddy, and they had begun having a tea party. I wondered where they had gotten the teacups. "Sarah, I don't think that you should." "Don't worry, Darren," Satan cut me off. "The dragon is mostly dead." "Mostly?" Satan ignored my question. "As I understand it," he said, threading his fingers together and setting his hands on the desk, "you have some problem with Frank and Teddy?" I heard the jingling of china as Frank and Teddy set his teacup down. "You told me the problem was with the hamster, Darren." I am sorry for my outburst," Frank and Teddy bellowed. "I have not eaten today. You have run out of Cheetos." "You had 30 bags," I protested rather weakly. I looked to Satan for confirmation that this was an absurd amount, but he was buzzing the intercom button on his office phone. "Tina?"
"Yes, Mr. Satan?"
replied the same voice from the customer service helpline. "Can you get Frank and Teddy 200 pounds of Cheetos?" 300 pounds, Frank and Teddy interjected. 300 pounds of Cheetos? Satan corrected.
"Right away, Mr. Satan."
"Thank you," Frank and Teddy roared. "I require the proper amount of fuel to sustain my full satanic power." Immediately, the door to the office burst open and a giant, blue-skinned demon with bulging muscles and a hatchet sticking out of his head pushed in a giant wheelbarrow full of Cheetos. "We make them down here," Satan said, grinning. "Now, Mr. Rogers, what issue is it that you have with Frank and Teddy?" "Well, just look at him. He's a monster." The room collectively gasped. "We try not to use that word down here, Darren," Satan chided. He turned to the blue-skinned demon. "I apologize for that, Jerry. He's from Earth." The blue-skinned demon shot me a nasty look, while I once again tried and failed to make noises with my mouth. He huffed through his giant, bowl-like nostrils before stalking out of the room. Satan turned back to me, and put on a patronizing smile. I'm surprised at you for judging Frankenteddy by his appearance. You know, my own daughter is cute as a button, but she's the one who put the hatchet in Jerry's head.
You have a daughter? I asked.
I have 700.
Oh, well, Sarah is my only daughter, and I can't help but worry about her when there's a giant, undead teddy bear thing hanging around. I heard giggling and turned to see that Sarah had climbed onto the back of Frankenteddy's head, and he was pretending to not know where she was. I have been taken in by your deception. I am not aware that you are on the back of my head. Satan leaned over on his desk, rested his chin on interlocked fingers, and put on an unconvincing expression of empathy. I think I know what you mean, he said. I know just what to do. You do? Well, thank God. Satan. Satan waved his hand dismissively and pushed a button on the intercom. Tina?
Yes, Mr. Satan,
the intercom replied.
Can you please send in Miss Hatchetface?
Yes, Mr. Satan.
Miss Hatchetface? I said, unsure.
You mean that giant blue a demon was a woman? You mean Jerry? No, Miss Hatchetface is my personal nanny. I'm going to send her back up to Earth with you to look after your daughter and Frankenteddy. No need to thank me, Satan said, grinning in modest appreciation of his own generosity. It's all part of what I do. You're going to love Miss Hatchetface. She did a great job with my kids. Well, not the first few hundred, but she got the hang of it eventually.
Satan, The knock that interrupted me nearly knocked the door off with the hinges.
Oh, that'll be Miss Hatchetface now.
Satan grinned, rubbing his hands together.
You guys are going to get along great, Darren. I'm sure of it.
I didn't know what to say, and so I simply slumped my shoulders and mumbled out a subdued, "Okay." Satan sprang up and opened the door, and Miss Hatchetface came in. I gasped when I saw her. For the first time since Sarah had ridden to Satan, my sudden surprise was pleasant. Miss Hatchetface was the most beautiful creature I'd ever laid eyes on. She was petite and pink-skinned, with a small button nose and glittering obsidian eyes. Her black hair shone like silk, lightly brushing the tops of her shoulders as she turned her head towards me.
Are you Mr. Rogers?
She asked. Satan leaned over and whispered, "She's half succubus," in my ear, as I shook her soft, delicate hand. I said. Miss Hatchetface's slender pink tail twitched as she giggled.
I've never met a human before. Are they all as handsome as you?
My mouth went dry, and I suddenly became very aware of how large and awkward my tongue was.
So,
Satan clapped his hands together cheerily.
Are we all set here then?
I stared into Miss Hatchetface's dark black eyes, and before I knew what was happening, my head was nodding up and down of its own accord.
Great,
Satan said.
Now come on, I'll give you all a tour of the offices before I send you back up.
Offices? You mean you run a company down here?
Oh, sure, said Satan. A Helicorp is one of the largest, multi-dimensional corporations in existence. Come on, I'll show you to Daryl's department. We've got a new project out of there. Top secret, you know.
Well, if it's top secret, why are you showing me?
Because I trust you, Darren, he replied. Also, Hell's implicit, non-disclosure agreement states that if you attempt to reveal company secrets to anyone, your head will explode in spectacular fashion.
My heart sank down in my stomach. Maybe I can do without knowing about this project. Satan waved his hand dismissively.
Nonsense. It's really interesting. You'll love it.
He buzzed the intercom again.
Tina?
Yes, Mr. Satan?
Can you send in Jerry to show Darren and Miss Hatchetface to Daryl's department?
Yes, Mr. Satan.
The hulking blue-skinned demon stomped into the room again.
"Come, tiny human," he said in a thick voice that brooked no argument.
Hold on a second, Satan. You said Miss Hatchetface and me. What about Sarah and Frank and Teddy?
"Come on, Darren," said Satan.
Do you really want to expose your daughter to the horrors of Hellcorp? She'll be much happier in here with me and with Frank and Teddy.
On the one hand, I had to admit that he was probably right. Sarah probably was safer in his office, but he had a sly look in his eyes that I didn't quite trust. It felt like he wanted to get rid of me for some reason.
I'm not really sure. Just relax, came a soft voice in my ear.
I turned to see Miss Hatchetface smiling placidly. She set her hand gently on my shoulder, and I felt a shivering warmth spread from her touch throughout the rest of my body. My head began to swim in a pleasant fog.
Okay, I said. Let's go.
Miss Hatchetface took me by the arm and led me down a dim, torchlit corridor, following Jerry as he stomped along ahead of us. The rough stone walls of the hallway were so hot that little droplets of molten stone were rolling down the sides, smoking and sizzling as they landed on the earthen floor. At the end of the corridor was a colossal stone doorway with a heavy brass ring for a knob.
"This is Daryl's department,"
said Jerry, huffing out his bowl-like nostrils. He put his shoulder to the door and slowly wedged it open, with a horrible sound of stone grinding on stone. The room inside looked like any other office building. Rows of cubicles were crowded together tightly under flickering fluorescent lights, and demons of all manner of strange appearances sat typing at box-monitored computers that looked at least 20 years old. There were huge reptilian demons with rocky gray scales and thick, sinewy tails that thudded against the linoleum floor as they typed. Colossal bear demons that shuffled around in suits, glaring at their subordinates, and small, bat-like demons with simian faces and vampiric teeth that whizzed above our heads, delivering files from one desk to another. A short and fat reptilian demon with a balding head and gold-rimmed spectacles bustled up to us.
"Just what in the hell do you think you're doing, Jerry?"
"Satan wants to give this meat sack a tour of the office," said Jerry. Daryl peered over his glasses at me and squinted his eyes before turning back to Jerry.
"A tour of an office? Send the poor man to a factory. It'll be just as boring, and he won't interrupt our work."
"Nothing I can do," said Jerry. "Satan's orders. I'll be outside." Jerry gave me a withering look before turning around and lumbering out of the office. The stone door slid behind him and closed with a resounding thud. Daryl stared at the two of us for a moment, threw his hands up in resignation, and said,
"All right then, come with me."
He turned around and beckoned for us to follow him down a row of cubicles.
"This is where we handle the bulk of Hellcorp's business. It's not terribly exciting, I'm afraid, mostly just paperwork regarding interdimensional soul commerce."
I'm sorry, did you say soul commerce?"
"Oh, sure," said Daryl. "We get a steady supply from Earth for free, so selling them to other dimensions is pure profit."
I ducked out of the way as a leathery black file demon whizzed by my head.
"So who buys the souls?" "Various cosmic entities," he replied, taking a moment to smack a sleeping employee on the back of the head with his clipboard.
"Well, what do they do with them?"
Daryl shrugged. "Not my department. Yeah, I'm afraid it's not too glamorous, but it does have its perks. We've got an excellent medical plan, for instance."
"Really?"
"Oh, sure. We can stop by the company doctor if you want. Just tell them if any of your organs are bothering you, and they'll remove them free of charge. Though I'm afraid anesthesia is extra."
No thanks. I need all of my organs to live."
"Really? I'd stay away from the office shredder then. It's terribly aggressive."
Thanks for the tip." We arrived at the end of the long row of cubicles to find a normal-looking white office door. There was a brown plastic plaque on the side that read, "Top Secret Project."
"All right,"
said Daryl, hand on the knob. Are you ready to have your mind blown? No, not really. That's the spirit, he said, pushing the door open. When I saw what was inside, my mind was more muddled than blown. There was a crowd of about 20 normal people in business suits, casually milling around and not doing much of anything. Daryl let out a long, contented sigh. They're magnificent, aren't they? That depends. What are they? Daryl turned to me, and for the first time since I'd met him, he was smiling, with a mischievous gleam in his eye. What do you think they are? He asked. I don't know. They just look like regular people to me. Ha ha! Shouted Daryl, smacking his knee with his clipboard. Exactly. They look like regular people. Well, what are they then? I asked. Daryl waved the two of us inside and walked us around the room. Once I got a closer look at the people milling around, I realized there was something slightly off about the lot of them. Their eyes were all just a bit too wide, and they all wore broad smiles for no perceivable reason. One of my more brilliant ideas, said Daryl. As you probably know, we own about 99% of all souls in Washington, D.C. You do? Of course. And politician souls go for 3 times the price of regular ones. Oh, I think I get it. You're going to take these people and turn them into politicians. You're almost right, said Daryl. See, what we do is wait for the ones whose souls we own rise to power, and then bam! We swap them out with an exact copy. And since we already have claim to the politician's soul anyway, we just bring them down to hell a little early. But don't the people who know them notice something's off? Daryl chuckled and shook his head. Maybe they would if we were replacing regular people, but these are politicians. Nobody can tell the difference. He looked down at his watch, an ostentatious gold Rolex with a tight leather band that dug into the fat of his wrist. Well, that should do it. Why don't I take you back to the hallway, and Jerry can get you back to Satan's office? I was starting to get a headache from the harsh fluorescent lights, and so I readily agreed. Daryl led us out of the top-secret project room and back down the row of cubicles. He rapped on the big stone door of the office and yelled, Jerry, I'm done with this lot. You can take him back to Satan now. I heard Jerry grunt in affirmation, and the door slowly slid back open. We followed him back down the torchlit corridor to Satan's office. He pushed the door open, and we strolled in to see Sarah and Satan hunched over the huge obsidian desk, discussing something in low tones while Frankenteddy crammed his face with Cheetos in the corner. When Satan saw us enter, he hastily leaned back in his chair and straightened his tie. Back a little early, aren't you, Darren? How about that secret project? Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, I guess. What were you two just talking about? Sarah was just asking me some questions about hell. A healthy curiosity on this one. She'll grow to be a scientist. Anyway, I've got some important business matters to attend to, so I'll go ahead and send you four back up to Earth. Before I could object, Satan had pressed a little purple button on his desk, and the four of us were shooting through a tube of purple flames back to my living room. One more satanic gift. I arrived back home in a rush of acrid smoke, hitting the living room floor hard on all fours. Miss Hatchetface gracefully alighted next to me, and Frankenteddy and Sarah landed across the room in the armchair, with Sarah on Frankenteddy's lap. I turned towards Sarah. You know, if you don't tell me what you and Satan were talking about, I'm gonna have to ground you, I said. I can't, Daddy, Sarah giggled. It's top secret. I sighed, scooped myself up, and shuffled over to the couch, collapsing in a boneless puddle of exhaustion. It was only a brief moment of respite, however, before there was a loud pounding at the front door. Miss Hatchetface opened the door with a bubbly, "Hi," but nobody was on the stoop. She bent over and picked 2 envelopes up off the porch. She folded one up and slid it into her pocket before she turned around and carried the other one to me. "Mr. Rogers, you've gotten another letter from Satan." She handed me the envelope. Thanks." I hesitated as I stared down at the envelope in my hands. It was just one letter then? Nothing else? "Nope," she replied. "Only one letter." I wondered why she was lying to me, but the thought was soon driven from my mind by the contents of my own envelope. "Dear Dan, your name is Dan, right? I'm afraid I'm really not good with names. I'm just going to assume that it's Dan, and if it's not, you can correct me the next time you're in hell. Anyway, the reason I'm writing isn't to ask you your name, but to let you know that I went ahead and took care of your little Frankenteddy problem. The solution is scheduled to be delivered shortly after this letter. Yours truly, Satan." Heavy dread pervaded my body. After all, my current experience with Satan's solutions to problems had not left me optimistic in regards to what he considered reasonable. My mood only worsened when I saw a large moving van pull to a stop in front of my home. I was still feeling a little woozy from breathing the sulfur and ash-laced air of hell, and so I asked Miss Hatchetface to check it for me. She went outside to the truck and came back hauling a giant wooden crate that must have been 10 times her size, dropping it unceremoniously outside of the front door. "How did we get it in?" she asked me. I slowly shook my head. "Try the garage?" "Oh, that's a good idea," she said, hauling the crate up as if it were full of feathers and carrying it towards the garage. A few moments later, I heard the sound of grinding metal coming from the garage, and I quickly found my feet and rushed outside. I saw Miss Hatchetface shoving the garage door up with her bare hands, folding the metal up like it was paper. She threw it into the open position and stood grinning with her arms crossed, admiring her handiwork. "Wow, that door was pretty heavy. Humans must be stronger than you look." There's a garage door opener," I replied. "A what?" Never mind." "Okay, we'd better get this crate inside and crack it open." My urge to be a gentleman and help her lift the crate was not quite as powerful as my urge to avoid a hernia, so I opted to let her move it inside herself. When we had gotten it inside, she grabbed hold of one of the wooden sides and wrenched it off with such force that it flew across the garage and smashed through the driver's side window of my car. "Oops. Sometimes I don't know my own strength. Hercules is a distant ancestor."
"It's fine," I replied, though it clearly wasn't. Before I was able to get too upset about the car window, my breath was taken away by the contents of the crate. "Is that what I think it is?" I asked. "Oh, it sure is," she replied. "Wow, Satan must really like you. These are rare." Inside the box was a tangled mess of black branches and dark purple leaves. The leaves twisted around in little conical spirals, and at the center of each spiral rested a large, orange, pinecone-shaped fruit. Upon closer inspection, I could see that each individual fruit was a conglomerate of dozens of Cheetos. I reached out and snapped off one of the Cheeto fruit, and a new one instantly sprouted in its place. "So it's a Cheeto tree?" "Yeah." "Well, all right then." I turned around to head back inside when I saw Sarah and Frankenteddy ambling down the sidewalk, hand in paw. Hey," I shouted after them. They either didn't hear or didn't care, however, as they kept right on walking. The last thing I wanted to do was to explain to the homeowners association why I was keeping demons in my home, and so I sprinted after them, determined to get them back inside before the neighbors saw. By the time I managed to get in front of them, I was out of breath and panting. I leaned over with my hands on my knees as I tried to explain why it wasn't a good idea for Frankenteddy to be wandering around the neighborhood. Where, giant teddy bear neighbors?"
was all I managed to gasp out. I think he means you should go back inside so that the neighbors don't see you, I heard Miss Hatchetface say from behind me. I nodded my head in vigorous agreement. I cannot abandon my charge to the wild dangers of the suburban neighborhood, Frank-N-Teddy boomed. I shall accompany her on her quest, no matter the danger, and together we shall go to the park and catch butterflies. Sarah looked up at Frank-N-Teddy and laughed. They're called butterflies. Butterflies, Frank-N-Teddy bellowed. That does not make sense. Are they flies made of butter? Sarah giggled and didn't respond. I think I have a solution, said Miss Hatchetface. Let's head back to the house and I'll make up a disguise for you. Then you two can go to the park together. That is acceptable, said Frank-N-Teddy, but it must be fearsome. Of course, said Miss Hatchetface. She turned to me. Mr. Rogers, are you okay? I was still too out of breath to answer, so I simply gave her a thumbs up in response. A little wrinkle appeared in the middle of her brow. Are you sure you're okay? Maybe it's better if I carry you back. Without waiting for a response, she put one arm around my neck and swept my knees out from under me with the other. My head bumped gently against her shoulder as she carried me back to the house. She smelled faintly of cinnamon and sandalwood. When we got back inside, Sarah and Frank-N-Teddy ran to play upstairs and Miss Hatchetface set me down on the sofa. You just rest a while, she said, smiling down at me. I think I saw something upstairs that would make a good disguise for Frank-N-Teddy. Yeah, okay, I replied. I'll be here, regretting my life decisions. I watched as Miss Hatchetface climbed the staircase. She paused at the top, and I quickly pretended to look elsewhere as she turned to look at me. She laughed and continued on upstairs. Smooth, Darren. Smooth. I reached for the remote and turned on the television. There was an infomercial on about some sort of bacon coat rack-looking contraption that you could stick in the microwave. The overenthusiastic spokesman was yelling into the camera about how it could revolutionize your morning breakfast routine. I closed my eyes and tuned it out, and before long the exhaustion of the day and the monotonous drone of infomercials took its toll, and I found myself drifting off to sleep. It wasn't long, however, before I was awakened by Sarah, who had seized my arm and was shaking it violently. Daddy, look, she squealed. I looked. Frank-N-Teddy had been draped in a giant mess of fabric that did in fact seem to disguise the fact that he was a giant demon teddy bear. The costume, however, was anything but fearsome. It was bright pink and covered in a unicorn pattern, with a lace at the bottom that brushed the floor whenever he moved. I turned to Miss Hatchetface. Are those Sarah's curtains? I asked. Yeah, Sarah shouted. Cool, right? Is it fearsome? Frank-N-Teddy boomed. Yeah, sure, I replied. I looked at Miss Hatchetface. But why did you have to use the curtains? I asked. Miss Hatchetface shrugged. They were the only thing that was big enough, she replied. Okay. May we go to the park now and exterminate the flies of butter? We're not going to exterminate them, we're going to catch them, said Sarah. I make no promises. I pushed myself into a sitting position. Yeah, you can go to the park and catch butterflies, but I'm coming along as well. Yay, Sarah exclaimed. I am also excited, added Frank-N-Teddy. Miss Hatchetface? I asked. Sure, let me just grab some Cheeto fruit for Frank-N-Teddy. Frank-N-Teddy's mouth fell open into a perfect O, and his eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. You have Cheeto fruit? Oh, yeah. Satan sent over a tree." "I am exceedingly pleased by this information," he roared. "Let us feast on the delicious fruit of Cheeto until our satanic appetites are sated." Reluctantly, I rolled my tired body off the couch, and we all headed out to the garage. Frank and Teddy found a box of trash bags and filled 2 of them with Cheeto fruit, and was visibly disappointed when he realized that they would not fit with us in the car. I tried and failed to avoid nicking my hand as I brushed the broken glass out of the driver's seat. We all got in, and I pulled out into the road and began driving to the park. About 1 minute into the drive, Frank and Teddy startled me by yelling my name from the back seat. "Lord Rogers." "Lord? You can just call me Mr. Rogers, Frank and Teddy." "That is a negative. Sarah has informed me that she is a princess. Therefore, you must be a lord." "Okay, Frank and Teddy, what is it?" "I wish to commend you on your mastery of this fearsome metal beast. You ride with the skill of a battle-hardened torque spearer in Satan's cavalry." "Fearsome metal beast? You mean the car?" Frank and Teddy turned to Sarah. "Do I mean the car?" he asked. "Yeah, you mean the car." He turned back to me. "Yes, I mean the car." "Right, I got that. Thank you, Frank and Teddy." "You are very welcome." I watched Frank and Teddy in the mirror as he stared out of my broken window. Suddenly, he turned to his own window and smashed a humongous furry paw right through it. The tires squealed as I slammed on the brakes. I slammed against my seatbelt as the car jerked to a stop. "What on earth are you doing?" I demanded. "I wish to feel the breeze, so I opened the window." "There's a button for that, you know." "A what?" I sighed and rubbed my temples. "Never mind." "Very well, Lord Rogers." I sighed again and put the car back in drive, and 5 minutes later, we were pulling up the road to the park. Little did I know that disaster was about to strike. Kerfuffle in the park. A crisp autumn breeze blew the newly turning leaves around the grounds of the park. Frank and Teddy and Sarah dashed around the sprawling green lawn of waving neon pink butterfly nets as Miss Hatchetface and I sat on a bench and watched. After a few minutes of watching the 2 of them miserably fail at catching butterflies, Miss Hatchetface turned to me and smiled. "So, Mr. Rogers," she began, "is there a Mrs. Rogers in your life at all?" My tongue began to feel cumbersome and clumsy, as it always did when Miss Hatchetface looked at me the way she was looking at me now, or anyway at all, really. No, not anymore," I managed to choke out. "Really?" Miss Hatchetface cocked her head to the side. "What happened?" "She, ran off shortly after Sarah was born." "Oh my," Miss Hatchetface frowned. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to bring up a bad memory." "No, it's okay, you didn't know." "Let's change the subject," she said, trying to sound cheery. "What do you do for a living?" "I'm a writer." "Oh, really? That's neat. I always wanted to write a book, but I never got around to it." "Yeah, and I always wanted to write a good book, and I'm still trying to get around to it." Miss Hatchetface laughed. "What about you? I heard you were Satan's nanny. That must have been an interesting job." "It was certainly a handful," laughed Miss Hatchetface. "Satan's daughters all tend to take after their fathers, so they can be quite the mischievous little bunch. I remember one time I took little Sophie to see the dinosaurs on Earth. She accidentally stepped in a pile of dinosaur, well, you know, in her brand new princess shoes, and she was so upset that she grabbed a comet from space and smashed it right into the nearest dinosaur. Of course, she overdid it a bit, and that was the end of the big lizards. Miss Hatchetface covered her mouth and giggled. The poor thing was grounded for a month after that. Wow, that's, cute, isn't it? Laughed Miss Hatchetface, giving me a playful punch on the shoulder that nearly knocked me off the bench. Knowing from my rather inextensive experience with women that hitting was supposed to be a good sign, I desperately racked my brain for another topic of conversation to keep the happy mood going. But before I could come up with one, we were interrupted by a scream, coming from the direction where Frank and Teddy and Sarah were playing. We both jumped to our feet and rushed towards Sarah to see her sitting on the ground and sobbing while Josh, a notorious neighborhood tormentor of insects and small children, was pulling the wings off her butterflies and laughing. Before I could even open my mouth to admonish Josh, a huge pink blur whizzed by me, and Frank and Teddy had scooped the boy off the ground by the back of his shirt and began roaring at him in his deafening baritone. "You are not permitted to harm the Princess Sarah's flies of butter," he yelled, so loudly that Josh covered his ears with his hands. "You will apologize to the Princess Sarah, and then I shall send you to hell forthwith, so that you may be judged for your transgressions." "Please, God, no," Josh shouted. "God will not save you from the Dark Lord Satan." Sarah reached up and gently tugged on Frank and Teddy's paw and said, "It's okay, Frank and Teddy. He's not worth our time. Just let him go." Frank and Teddy dropped Josh into a sobbing heap, and the boy wasted no time in sprinting out of the park, as fast as his legs could carry him, while Frank and Teddy shouted after him, "Be warned, tiny human. The judgment in hell will not be so lenient." Sarah stared down at the dead butterflies, tears moistening the edges of her eyes. "There is no greater honor than to die in battle," he said as gently as his giant voice would allow. "Yeah, I guess so," Sarah replied, sounding unconvinced. "I believe that I have detected insincerity in your voice," said Frank and Teddy. "Allow me to rectify the situation." He bent down and picked the dead butterflies up in his enormous paws. As he held them in his upturned palms, a cloud of dark smoke began to swirl around them. And then, miraculously, they began to fly again. "Wow, Frank and Teddy!" Sarah squealed. "You brought them back to life." "I have merely endowed them with the power of Satan," he replied, as I watched Sarah and Frank and Teddy playing with the newly revived butterflies. I realized that maybe I'd been wrong to judge him based on the way he looked, and I realized that maybe he wasn't so bad after all. And I realized that maybe, just maybe, he could be exactly what Sarah needed after her mom had disappeared. Then the butterflies started breathing fire. The fire-breathing butterflies followed us home, fluttering around the car and occasionally breathing out jets of blue and red flames that melted the roadside mailboxes. When we arrived at the house, I tried to shut them up in a jar, but I quickly discovered that jam jars are no match for hellfire. They had already managed to burn through 4 of my curtains, 1 couch cushion, and all of our ice cream, though I suspect that was actually Frank and Teddy. But just as I had finished putting out the literal fires, a metaphorical one sprang up in their place, in the form of a souvenir from hell. With great pomp and ceremony, Frank and Teddy announced that he had a gift for Sarah. In fact, he had had it the entire time, but he had simply forgotten to give it to her until now. Looking back, I've often wondered if Satan ordered Frankenteddy to gift the souvenir to Sarah in order to distract me from what he was secretly planning down in hell. In the end, though, I suppose it doesn't really matter. Before I could stop him, Frankenteddy produced an ordinary-looking TV remote from seemingly out of nowhere and presented it to Sarah with a huge grin on his face. "Hooray, a present!" squealed Sarah. She looked it over with puzzlement and then asked, "What does it do?" I don't think that's an appropriate gift for a child, Frankenteddy," said Miss Hatchetface. "Nonsense. It is a child-friendly one." A child-friendly what?" I asked. Miss Hatchetface plucked the remote out of Frankenteddy's paw and examined it. Then she began softly laughing to herself. "Oh, I see. In hell, the demons watch the punishments of the damned on a sort of reality TV," she explained, turning towards me. "And they can select the punishment they want to see with their TV remote controls." "Really? That's horrible. But this one is for child demons," she continued on. "Take a look." She handed me the remote, and I held it to my face as I examined it. The remote was made of ordinary black plastic, and at first glance looked like any other TV remote control. Printed across the top in letters were the words, "The TV remote of minor inconveniences." Instead of numbers and menu buttons, it was covered in buttons of irregular shapes and sizes that said things like tickle, tinnitus, and unscratchable itch. At the center of the remote were two big purple plus and minus buttons that simply read, "Volume." I realized too late that Sarah was standing on her tiptoes behind me and reaching for the remote. She snatched it out of my hand and mashed the tickle button while she pointed it at Frankenteddy, who immediately erupted into thunderous gales of laughter. "I find no humor in this situation, but I am unable to prevent myself from laughing." I was about to take the remote away when Miss Hatchetface caught my eye and smiled, and I momentarily forgot what I was doing. "Why don't we leave them to it, Mr. Rogers? I had a private matter I wanted to discuss with you." Private matter?" I stammered. Those deep black eyes drew me in. "Yeah, maybe we could go somewhere more discreet." Yeah, discreet. Great idea." She smiled as she reached out and grabbed my hand, leading me slowly across the room and up the stairs. She walked me into the master bedroom and sat me down on the bed, closing and locking the door behind her before turning towards me. One corner of her mouth was raised into a smirk as she looked at me and said, "So, about that private matter." A lizard from the past. The next morning, as I lay near comatose in bed, Miss Hatchetface brought me a tray of what I call a demon's best attempt at a human breakfast. She set the tray down on my lap as I fidgeted about in my torn and burned pajamas. I tried to suppress the look of deep discomfort that came reflexively to my face as I eyed the questionable spread. There was a large, green glass bowl filled with a mess of shiny black tentacles, twisting and fidgeting about in pink slime, a small dessert plate that seemed to consist of nothing but purple flames, and a wine glass of what I surmised by the smell to be pure gasoline. Wow, this looks... wow. I tried my very best to put on a smile, but it didn't seem to quite fit my face. "Great, right?" replied Miss Hatchetface. "I once competed in Hell's Iron Chef contest." She straightened her shoulders proudly. "Really? I had no idea Hell had an Iron Chef contest." "Oh, yeah," said Miss Hatchetface. "I didn't win, but the medical examiner who performed the autopsies said that it couldn't be conclusively proven that it was my food that had killed the judges. Anyways, eat up. You'll need to gain some strength back after last night.
I cleared my throat nervously. I'm not hungry, I lied.
Are you sure? She asked. Because I had some grave and unexpected news for you, and I was hoping to at least get your blood sugar up before I told you.
You what now? I asked nervously, scratching my thigh through one of the burn holes in my pajama pants.
I wanted to talk to you about Sarah. She sat down on the bed next to me and placed a warm hand on my leg. What about her? Don't you think it's a little odd that Satan answered her letter with a 7-foot-tall demon teddy bear?
Well, I replied, now that you mention it.
What I mean to say is...
She paused, and then leaned in a bit closer to me. I caught the scent of burning firewood, with an undertone of something musky and sweet rising from her skin.
Do you have any demonic blood in your family?
Actually, my grandfather was a demon.
Oh, really?
No. She laughed.
You're funny, Mr. Rogers.
But then her voice lowered to a conspiratorial tone as she leaned even closer.
Do you think that Satan answers mail from every little girl that sends letters to him? She asked.
How
many little girls send letters to Satan? Well, they have to send them to somebody, don't they? I mean, Santa never answers them, that fat old drunk.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you saying that Santa Claus is actually...
Look, most girls would be terrified to death of a thing like Frank and Teddy. But Sarah seems to have a natural affinity for him. She seems to have no problem controlling him whatsoever. Can you do that?
Well, no. But I thought that was because of how Satan designed him.
Miss Hatchetface laughed again, and this time I was sure her tail must have left a mark, as it slapped painfully into my shins. Satan doesn't design anything. He just wings it and hopes for the best. And besides, Frankenteddy has the soul of a demon. No ordinary mortal would be able to tame him. Satan must have known that. Otherwise, he would have never sent such a dangerous present in the first place.
I wasn't sure if I trusted Miss Hatchetface's assessment. After all, my few experiences with Satan's judgment had resulted in fire-breathing butterflies, a TV remote that gave you tinnitus, and a giant teddy bear who had nearly sent a neighborhood boy to hell. Then again, it had also resulted in Miss Hatchetface, and I had no problem with that. So, what does that mean? I asked her, hoping that the answer would be,
nothing at all. Your daughter is still your sweet little angel, and nothing at all has to change.
But of course, that wasn't the answer that she gave.
Well, she replied, it just means that instead of learning the piano or saxophone after school, you should consider getting Sarah a tutor in satanic magic.
Oh, is that all? I suddenly grew very dizzy and absent-mindedly took a sip of the gasoline-scented drink that Miss Hatchetface had brought me that morning.
Oh, I said in surprise. This tastes like vanilla. Yeah, it does, Miss Hatchetface said. After a moment, I felt a strange sensation at the sides of my head. Miss Hatchetface? I asked. Yes, Mr. Rogers.
Are my ears smoking?
Yes, Mr. Rogers.
Okay. It took about an hour for the smoke in my ears to thin out to light gray wisps, and by that time, Miss Hatchetface had managed to convince me that getting Sarah an after-school satanic magic tutor was the right thing for our family. Though, given her exceptional powers of persuasion, I suspect she could have just as easily convinced me to eat my shoes. That fateful decision made, we went down to the living room to make the announcement, my stomach empty and grumbling as I watched Sarah lightly torment Frankenteddy with the TV remote of minor inconveniences. Each time she would press a button,
A differently colored flash of brilliant light would shoot from the remote and collide with Frankenteddy. The first flash gave him a pig's tail, the second one blew his ears up to the size of hubcaps, and the last one summoned a little blue sparrow that sat on his head and pecked him every few seconds. Frankenteddy didn't seem to mind the ears. He didn't even seem to notice the sparrow, but the pig's tail seemed to utterly confound him. "I do not understand the purpose of this small, twirly appendage," he bellowed, craning his neck around to have a better look at it. "It's funny," Sarah squealed. "I see. The purpose is humor. I am suitably amused." Sarah threw her head back against the couch cushions and kicked her feet up and down as she exploded into wild giggling. "Ahem," I cleared my throat in a rather non-effectual attempt to get their attention. I turned hopelessly to Miss Hatchetface, who stuck 2 fingers in her mouth and wolf whistled so loudly that 2 of the picture frames on the mantelpiece shattered to pieces, along with my eardrums. "Ahem," I said again, noting that my voice seemed notably quieter against my now ringing ears. "Sarah, Miss Hatchetface and I have had a discussion and we've decided that from now on, you're going to be receiving after-school lessons from a tutor in satanic magic." My hope that Sarah would balk at the prospect of receiving any kind of lessons after school was immediately quashed by her enthusiastic, "Hooray!" and I resigned myself to the fact that I was going to be inviting yet another demon into a household which had already begun to feel crowded with them. "So," I said, turning back to Miss Hatchetface, "now that that's settled, I guess we should write to Satan and have him send somebody up." She opened her mouth to answer, but she was interrupted by 3 curt knocks at the front door. She grinned sheepishly, saying, "That should be her now." Before I could ask just how in the hell Satan had already managed to find out that I had agreed, the door was swinging open and my heart was sinking all the way down to my stomach, then my feet, and forever downward into a bottomless pit of despair, as I saw what was standing in my doorway. The creature stooped, crooked shoulders were draped in an ugly, vomit-green sweater that had an unintentionally abstract likeness of a cat on the front. Little fuzzy white yarn baubles hung off the ends of the sleeves. A reptilian tail poked out of the bottom of a thick, canvas-colored skirt, slapping on my porch in the telltale rhythm of steady impatience. But the most horrible aspect of the creature by far was its face. It was the face of an old woman, lined so many times over by the unforgiving years that it looked like a crumpled piece of tissue crinkled around a spiderweb of veins. The creature's milky, reptilian eyes were distorted behind the thick, fishbowl lenses of its bifocals. But the face wasn't the monster's most horrible aspect because it was ugly. No, that I could have handled. The face was the worst because it was the face of my 6th grade English teacher, Miss Robbins. "Hello, Darren," Miss Robbins croaked out in her trademark tone of perpetual disappointment. I gasped out. "What the hell are you doing here?" Miss Robbins clucked her tongue the way she did when she was about to tell you just how much of a disappointment you were, and why. "I do not allow foul language in my classroom, Darren, no matter how old you are." "You're from hell. How could that possibly offend you?" "Would it offend you if I used your home country as an expletive, Darren?" she retorted, as Miss Robbins looked over her bifocals at me, fixing me with her milked-over reptilian eyes. I suddenly felt like I was in the 6th grade again, and I had forgotten to do my homework. I opened my mouth, closed it again, and turned to Miss Hatchetface. "I'm not having this hateful old biddy teaching my kid." But before Miss Hatchetface could respond, I heard another smattering of giggles and turned to see Sarah standing on the end of Miss Robinson's tail as it smacked up and down, bouncing her up in the air a few inches each time. Miss Robbins was smiling down at her so kindly that she almost didn't even look ugly anymore. "Oh, yes, dearie. It's quite fun, isn't it?" That reminded me why I had hated Miss Robbins so much as a kid. It wasn't just because she was pure evil incarnated in the form of a leathery old lady, but because of how unfair she had been. In Miss Robinson's class, the boys were all treated like hooligans, and the girls were all treated like princesses. Sarah turned to me, errant strands of hair falling over her face and sticking to her lips. She promptly puffed them away. "Can she stay, Daddy?" she asked, putting on the same look she did when she wanted an extra scoop of ice cream or an extra hour of TV before bedtime. It was a look that she knew cut right through to my heart and put me completely at her mercy. "Can she?" she repeated. I looked from Sarah's hopeful puppy dog eyes to Miss Hatchetface's encouraging grin to Frankenteddy's complete indifference as the sparrow continued to peck at his head. I sighed and simply said, "All right," to which Sarah responded by exploding into a chorus of cheers, seizing Frankenteddy's paws and jumping up and down like she had springs attached to the bottom of her feet. "I am not aware of what has happened, so I will simply mirror your excitement," Frankenteddy bellowed, jumping up and down with Sarah. I noted with some pleasure that Miss Robbins regarded him with obvious distaste. "Would you like to step inside and take a seat?" Miss Hatchetface asked the old lady, smiling kindly at her. It seemed, however, that Miss Robbins was immune to Miss Hatchetface's considerable charm. In response, she simply shot her a dirty look and huffed her way into my home and up the stairs, her long reptilian tail thwapping ridiculously on each step as she climbed. We didn't see her for the rest of the day, although there were obvious bangs and abhorrent smells emitting from my upstairs guest bedroom at regular intervals. And when Miss Hatchetface went up to bring her a dinner tray, Miss Robbins responded by calling her a strawberry tart and slamming the door in her face. Miss Hatchetface complained about this sour old woman for an hour straight that night, though we eventually did move on to more stimulating topics. After our discussion, I prepared to take my traditional nightly shower. Just before I stepped in, however, I realized that my towel was no longer on the rack. I opened the door to the bedroom to grab a towel from the hamper when I saw Miss Hatchetface standing hunched over in the corner, holding something cupped in her hands and speaking to it. I closed the door again until just a tiny crack remained and pressed my ear up against it. I could only just hear what she was saying. Yeah, she whispered to whatever was in her hands. "The old woman is here now. She's horribly unpleasant, by the way." She paused as if listening to something that I could not hear. No, it's fine," she went on. "He doesn't suspect a thing. Everything is going according to plan." For the first time since meeting Miss Hatchetface, my stomach squirmed with a feeling that had nothing to do with her deep black eyes or the perpetual warmth that radiated from her skin. I pressed my ear harder against the door. She paused again, this time for longer, and I began to wonder if she might have realized that I was listening. It was then that I heard the familiar whooshing sound of something being whisked to hell, and I heard her footsteps trail off downstairs. I decided the towel could wait, and it might behoove me to go ahead and hop in the shower. When I got out, a clean, drier, warm towel was hanging on the outside doorknob of the bathroom. I dried myself off, and I had just finished wrapping the towel around my waist when Miss Hatchetface came back into the bedroom. "Oh, you're finished," she said. "I was beginning to worry you'd drowned in there." "Oh, no, I just like to think while I'm in the shower." She laughed again, but I saw something in her eyes akin to suspicion. An awkward silence settled over the room as we stared at each other. I cleared my throat. "Hey, did I hear you saying something to me while I was in the shower?" Miss Hatchetface's eyes widened in surprise, though whether I could tell it was feigned or genuine, I couldn't tell. Me? I was quiet as a mouse, just reading a book. She motioned to the nightstand, and I saw that a book did in fact lay open there, yet the uneasy feeling did not go away. As I lay awake that night, Miss Hatchetface's chest softly rising and falling next to me. I wondered what exactly it was that I didn't suspect. Netherworld portals and back to hell. The next morning I awoke in a less than stellar mood, exhausted from a night of tossing and turning. Things only got worse when I stumbled downstairs to find that my living room had been demolished. The furniture had all been unceremoniously shoved against the walls, and Miss Robbins had set a blackboard up and began scrawling bizarre satanic symbols all over it with chalk, while Sarah sat at rapt attention in a desk that looked like it had been stolen from her kindergarten. Next to Sarah's desk gaped a large black pit with burn marks all around it. Every few seconds, Frank and Teddy would throw a Cheeto fruit into it and a large purple tentacle would shoot up from the darkness and catch it midair before slithering back down into the hole. The couch had somehow been transformed to red patent leather, and two large, rounded horns had sprouted from either side. I sighed, giving the hole in the floor a wide berth, as I went to the kitchen and grabbed a beer from the fridge before plopping down on my couch. I leapt up as I heard a sudden, "Hey, watch where you stick that thing," come from beneath me. "The couch decided it doesn't like to be sat on all the time, Daddy," Sarah said, turning and smiling sweetly up at me. Okay, I replied dreamily. I suppose next the carpet will decide it doesn't want people to walk all over it. Sarah giggled. Don't be ridiculous, Daddy. I took a big gulp of my beer. The courage of the couch is to be commended, Frank and Teddy roared in his monstrous baritone. It has risen above its station in life and will soon dominate the humans that once saw fit to make it their seat slave. What? I began, but Miss Hatchetface cut me off. Have some more Cheeto fruit, Teddy. You get cranky when your blood sugar is low. No demon in hell has the authority to command me, but Satan himself, Frank and Teddy bellowed in response. Have some Cheeto fruit, silly, Sarah said. Okay, he replied. With that, he lifted up the wheelbarrow of the stuff next to him and tipped it down his throat. The sparrow squawked in protest, and Miss Robbins eyed the display with snobbish displeasure. I don't know why Satan thought that thing was an appropriate companion for a little girl. When I was her age, I kept an evil unicorn, a strider. Now that was a proper pet. Are you sure it wasn't a dinosaur? Miss Hatchetface asked, tipping her head to the side and putting on a plastic smile. Apparently, she hadn't taken it kindly when Miss Robbins had called her a strawberry tart the day before. And just what is that supposed to mean? Miss Robbins asked, swelling up like a bullfrog ready to burst. I believe the lady is implying that you are old, said Frank and Teddy. He wiped some Cheeto dust onto the couch, which let out a disgusted grumble. Yet the Lady Hatchetface is approaching 17,000 years of age herself, he continued. Perhaps she is merely implying that you look extremely old. Yes, well, we aren't all half succubus and... Because of the wrinkles. Yes, I understand that my appearance... And the glasses. Yes, well, I need my glasses too. And the hunchback, finished Frank and Teddy. Miss Robinson's finger began to wag dangerously in Frank and Teddy's direction, and I decided I had better intercede before there was any trouble. So, I said, a little too loudly, what exactly are you guys learning today? We are learning about the fundamentals of demonic possession, Miss Robbins replied. And afterwards, perhaps a lesson in etiquette for you, Darren. It is not polite to interrupt a teacher's lesson. Right. And what about the giant squid hole in my living room? We opened a portal to the netherworld, Daddy, Sarah said, with the casual ease of someone explaining what they'd had for breakfast that morning. It's like Hell's basement. It houses all the incomprehensible beings that existed in the black void of nothingness before the creation of the universe. Huh, I replied, taking another large gulp of beer. Just then, a low, rumbling growl emitted from the hole, shaking the picture frames off the walls and sending cracks snaking from floor to ceiling. Could we maybe shut that? We haven't learned how to shut portals yet, said Sarah. Okay. I took another sip of beer, then realized that it was just air because the beer was already gone, and wandered off into the kitchen to see if I could scrounge up something resembling a human breakfast. I opened the refrigerator, and my hair blew back as a deep, infernal roar erupted from within. I slammed the door shut. Sarah, I called out to the living room. Yes, Daddy? Did you open a portal to the netherworld inside the refrigerator? Yes, Daddy. I sighed and rubbed my temples. As I was lamenting the destruction of my living room and kitchen, a sudden idea occurred to me on how to deal with my demonic denizens' ever increasingly suspicious behavior. I realized that if I were to get to the bottom of this, I'd have to visit Satan. After all, it seemed logical to assume that if there was some sort of evil scheming going on, he would be the one behind it. And, of course, there was that tour of hell, where he had clearly wanted to get rid of me so that he could talk to Sarah. And, perhaps most importantly, he was also the one who buzzed me down to hell every time I called his customer service department with a complaint. At first, that had irritated me, but now I realize that it could be an opportunity for me to do some snooping. I slid my phone out of my pocket and hit the number for Hell's customer service hotline, which by now I had saved under the contact name of Instant Migraine. It was picked up after one ring, and the familiar, tired voice of the customer service representative answered.
Welcome to Hell's customer service. How may I help you today?
You know, that joke's getting pretty old.
You don't say. Why don't you come up with something better then?
Seems like a lot of effort. The voice on the other end sighed and mumbled something about lazy writing.
Is this Mr. Rogers again?
She asked, her tone telling me that she already knew the answer. Yeah, I wanted to talk about a portal to the netherworld in my...
Please hold.
The line clicked, and I noted with some confusion that the hold music was the song Jingle Bells. The line clicked again, and Satan's enthusiastic voice answered.
Derek, buddy, how are things up there on Earth?
It's Darren, I said. And things are not so great, given that there's a huge gaping pit to the netherworld in the middle of my living room.
Oh, well, that's no good. Is Gary down there?
Who's Gary?
Gary is the giant octopus whose ink is the source of the universe's dark matter.
Well, there is a giant octopus.
All right. Well, I'll send someone to close that portal up right away. How does Tuesday work for you?
Satan, it's Wednesday right now.
I meant the Tuesday after next.
The front of my brain began to throb with frustration. Satan, there's a giant octopus living beneath my living room who could squirt dark matter all over my furniture at any moment. Can we please talk about this face to face?
Satan's
voice trailed off.
I'm a little busy right now, Derek. Don't worry, though. I'll send somebody within a few months.
What happened to next? No, you know what? Buzz me down.
Okay, but I'm not at the office.
I began to ask just where he was, but my voice was drowned out by the roar of the black and purple fire that swallowed me whole, sucking me down to hell like human-flavored soda through a straw. I landed hard in hell, stumbling across rusted red dirt and cracked volcanic stone as I tried and failed to regain my balance, crashing and banging my knees on the rocks. I pulled myself into a sitting position and stared around in awe at my surroundings as I wondered where I was. I sat at the edge of a sheer cliff, and below me was what looked like a colossal construction site where giant, purple-skinned behemoths hauled around girders made from the ancient, yellowed bones of some even larger beasts. From my perspective on the cliff, I could see that the demons were laying down a monumental pentagram, flat across an enormous expanse of blood-red sand. Torches stood at each of the 6 points, made from dark oak trees so tall and wide, they seemed as if they could have held up the earth itself. I looked up to see Satan standing beside me, eyes squinting tight as he surveyed the work, his 2 polished black horns poking through holes in a plastic canary yellow construction hat.
"Hey, Derek,"
he said, smiling down at me.
"What are you doing on the ground?"
I scrambled up to my feet, made a poor job of brushing the dirt off of my trousers, and looked at Satan. My voice trailed off. Now that the first part of my plan had actually worked, I realized that I hadn't given any thought to what the next part was. What are you guys building?"
"Oh, this?"
Satan grinned.
"It's a park."
I looked down at the enormous structure that the demons were laying down in the sand and noted the conspicuous absence of anything remotely park-related. "It's a park in the shape of a pentagram?" I asked.
"Well, I mean, this is hell, Derek."
"It's Darren, actually."
"What's Darren?"
Never mind."
"Okay, Derek. But as you can see, we're a little busy down here in hell, and I can't really afford to send anyone up right now to fix the portal in your living room. Why don't you just ask Miss Robbins to do it?"
"Miss Robbins knows how to do it?" I asked, momentarily forgetting I was on a fact-finding mission. "Why didn't you just tell me that over the phone?"
"Well, you seemed like you were in an awful hurry to get down here,"
Satan replied.
"I thought that maybe you missed me."
"What?" Satan's shoulders ever so slightly slumped.
"Oh, nothing. Is there anything else you need, Derek? As I've already said, I'm a little busy here."
"But you're not doing anything. You're just watching other people work."
"You're damn right,"
Satan replied.
"I'm the boss down here, and the boss's job isn't to work. It's to watch other people work and silently project the idea that they're not doing a good enough job. Anyways, I'll see you soon, Derek."
"You will?" But Satan didn't respond. Instead, the familiar black and purple flames licked up around me, and I once again felt the sensation of being sucked through a straw as I rocketed back towards Earth. I landed back in my kitchen, elbows and knees banging hard against the linoleum floor. I struggled back to my feet and saw that the portal in the living room had been sealed and that Gary the octopus was gone, although the burn marks on my carpet remained.
"Satan called while you were on your way up,"
Sarah explained.
"He told Miss Robbins to seal the hole up because you didn't like Gary. That wasn't a very nice thing to say, Daddy."
"But I didn't." An infernal roar sounded from somewhere deep below the earth, shaking the frame of the house around us.
"I think you hurt Gary's feelings, Daddy. You should probably apologize."
My fingers once again found my temples and began massaging as I squeezed my eyes shut against the chaos that had become my life. I didn't know what to do. Not only had I come no closer to finding out what Satan was up to, but every time I turned around, a new monstrosity was invading the peaceful suburban tranquility of my home, and I still hadn't eaten my breakfast. My eyes had been shut for all of 10 seconds, when I heard an earth-shattering loud bellow in my ears.
"You appear to be suffering from a headache. Perhaps I can assist you."
Frankenteddy was bent down, his face so close to mine that I could count the individual crumbs of Cheeto dust at the corners of his mouth. "No, thank you, Frankenteddy. I'm just fine."
"Very well,"
he replied. He turned around and opened the refrigerator door, digging through the snack drawer with reckless abandon. I was going to tell them that there were no Cheetos in there when I smelled cigarette smoke. I scanned the living room and saw that the couch had a cigarette stuck between the middle cushion and the frame and was carelessly puffing away. "Who gave the couch a cigarette?" I asked. Everybody looked around the room at each other and collectively shrugged. I power-walked over to the sofa and snatched the cigarette out of its mouth, stomping it out on the already thoroughly ruined carpet. "No smoking," I said to the couch before turning to Miss Robbins. "And as for you," I said, "I don't want to come downstairs to find any more portals to the netherworld in my living room, nor do I want to come down to find a couch that talks and is suddenly useless to sit on." Miss Robbins swelled indignantly. "My teaching methods? Your teaching methods are just fine if you're teaching in your own home, but as long as you are teaching here, not to mention staying in the guest bedroom, you're to follow the rules of my household, which, and I can't believe I'm actually saying this, includes a no portals to the netherworld clause." Miss Robbins glowered at me like she was a frog, and I was a stubbornly agile fly who had just danced narrowly out of her reach. Luckily, she must have decided that she was too offended for words, because she said nothing, instead storming off upstairs, her reptilian tail thwapping each step as she went. "You know," the couch said, cushions flapping up like a mouth, "you're useless to sit on too, but you don't hear me throwing it in your face." I decided that didn't merit a response.
"I believe that the Lady Robbins was wounded by your words," Frankenteddy bellowed. "Unfortunately, I do not believe the wound to be fatal." I sighed and wondered if it was too early to grab another beer from the fridge. But first, I had something important to do. "Sarah," I began wearily, "I'm sorry I interrupted your lesson." "It's okay, Daddy," Sarah grinned, and her bright blue eyes brimmed with careless joy. "I was ready for a break anyway. Can I go upstairs and play tea party with Frankenteddy?" "Of course you can, honey."
"Awesome," Sarah squealed, streaming upstairs in a little girl-sized blur before pausing at the banister and shouting at Frankenteddy, "Come on, silly."
"Yes, Princess Sarah."
I heard the stairs creak in protest as Frankenteddy's immense frame lumbered up them. A moment later, Sarah streamed back down the stairs, tripping over the last few steps and tumbling head over heels. She leapt back to her feet and ran over to me, shoving something in my hand. I looked down to see a golden signet ring with the letters BFF on it. "What's this?" I asked. "It's a super BFF friendship ring. I've got one too, see?" She waved her hand in my face, and I saw that she did indeed have an identical golden ring, only several sizes smaller. "Miss Robbins gave them to me," she explained. "All you have to do is put the ring on and rub it, and it'll instantly transport you to wherever I am. Cool, right?" I stared down at the ring in wonder. It was more than just cool, it was a single father's dream. I smiled at Sarah and said, "Yeah, it is cool." I slid the oversized ring under my finger, and it instantly shrunk down to a perfect fit. "Thank you, honey," I said. "I love you." "I love you too, Daddy," she giggled, before shooting back upstairs to her tea party with Frankenteddy. Miss Hatchetface came up and placed her hand gently on my elbow. "How is your head, Mr. Rogers?" she asked.
It's okay," I lied.
"Are you sure? Maybe I could make you a snack and that would... No, I shouted out reflexively. Miss Hatchetface's eyes widened in surprise. I just meant, My mind stalled as it searched for an excuse. I'll feel better once I get this mess cleaned up in the living room. Oh, okay, Miss Hatchetface said cheerily. I'll help. We made our way over to the miniature mock classroom. Miss Hatchetface to the blackboard, and me to the desk. Miss Hatchetface lifted the blackboard over her head and began carrying it towards the garage, but I didn't touch the desk. I was looking at what was on it. Sarah's notebook lay open. The page she had been taking notes on had been ripped out, but there was something familiar in the indentations that had been left on the next one. I took the pencil she had left on the desk and began to edge it lightly over the grooves in the paper. When I had finished, I was staring at something I'd definitely seen before, 5 minutes ago in fact. A large pentagram dominated the page, with little archaic symbols scrawled into the gaps. It was the exact same shape as the monument I'd seen under construction in hell. The Ritual of a Mud Magar. I stared at the page I'd torn off in my hand, trying to work out what it could possibly mean. Suddenly, I heard a rustling from behind me, and Miss Hatchetface's voice said, "Do you need some help with that, Mr. Rogers?" I crumpled the paper in my fist and quickly stuffed it in my pocket. "What was that?" she asked. "It was a cute drawing Sarah did in class," I lied. "That's lovely." Miss Hatchetface smiled, but the joy didn't quite touch her eyes. Resting there was the same look I'd seen the night before, a look quite similar to suspicion. "Well, I'll just get that desk for you then," she said, stepping around me and lifting the school desk as if it were nothing. I watched her carry the desk off to the garage, and before sliding the paper out of my pocket once again, I pulled up my cell phone camera and took a picture, then stuffed the paper back in my pocket, resolving to get rid of the evidence that I had been snooping later. As I was doing that, something else caught my eye. The TV remote of minor inconveniences lay on the coffee table. I grabbed the little black remote with purple buttons and stuffed it into my pocket as well, thinking it may come in handy. I stood there in the middle of the living room, waiting for Miss Hatchetface to return so that I could try my best to act natural, but she didn't come. Confused, I went back to the garage to investigate. I put my ear up to the door, but all I could hear was a faint murmuring. I edged the remote out of my pocket, scanning it to see if there was something that might help me hear her better. My eyes roved over the many buttons, taking in things like flaming burps, 2 left feet, and hairy tongue, before finally settling on the button I needed. A button I'd seen Sarah use on Frankenteddy once before, Dumbo mode. I took a hard swallow in anticipation of what I knew the remote was going to do to me, pointed it at my head, and pressed the button. Instantly, I felt a disturbing sensation. My ears had become not quite numb, and it felt like someone with soft, gloved hands was pulling on them, stretching them like silly putty. I felt my left ear and discovered that it was now roughly 2 times the size of my head. I pressed it to the door. The indistinct murmurs had now become hushed whispers, quiet, but clear enough to make out. "I keep telling you we should have these conversations in hell," came Miss Hatchetface's urgent whisper. I strained my giant ears, listening for another voice, but there was none. "I think he's starting to suspect something. I told you not to send that old woman." There was another gap in the conversation as Miss Hatchetface listened to whomever it was she was speaking with. Yeah, I told you, she's almost ready. I've never seen anyone learn the magic so fast. You must have been right about her. Just get construction done on your end." There was another long silence, and then the shuffling of feet walking towards the door. I darted back into the living room as quickly and as silently as I could, padding up the stairs as I fumbled with the remote of minor inconveniences and trying to stuff it back into my pocket. I was almost to the top when I ran into a fuzzy brick wall in the form of Frankenteddy. Time slowed as I began to fall backwards over the stairs, and I wondered if they'd be able to shrink my ears back down after I died from a broken neck. But I didn't die. Instead, an enormous furry paw reached out and grabbed me by the front of my shirt, yanking me roughly back to my feet. My ears wobbled ridiculously as I slowed to a stop. "Pardon me, Lord Rogers." Frankenteddy's voice boomed at least 3 times as loud in my new giant ears. "It's okay, really, I just need to get by so that I can—"
"It seems you have altered your appearance," Frankenteddy droned on, oblivious to my wincing at his every word. "A wise decision. Your nose looks much smaller compared to your new ears."
Wait, what's wrong with my nose?"
"There is nothing wrong with it. It is glorious and noble, like my father's nose."
"Oh, well, that's—"
"He was a toucan salmon doll."
"Right, thanks, Frankenteddy." I heard a delicate throat clear, and I turned to see Miss Hatchetface standing at the foot of my stairs. "Oh my," she said. Her voice choked out and strained as she tried to hold back her laughter. "What happened to your ears, Mr. Rogers?" I just got to fooling around with the remote," I said sheepishly. "Do you know how to reverse it?" "Just hit the previous channel button," she said, laughing.
I pointed the remote at my head and did as she said. My ears shrunk down, but then I heard the sound of ripping fabric, and there was a peculiar sensation I'd never felt before. It felt like...
"Miss Hatchetface?" "Yes, Mr. Rogers?" "Do I have a pig's tail?" "Yes, Mr. Rogers." "How do I get rid of the tail?" "Hit the mute button."
"Thank you." I pointed the remote at myself and hit the mute button. This time I felt the pig's tail disappear, replaced by a slight breeze through the hole it had left in my trousers. "Your appearance has been restored to normal," Frankenteddy boomed. "Your nose is once again the glorious apex of your face."
"Thank you, Frankenteddy. Now, if you don't mind letting me through, I need to go upstairs to my office and get some work done."
"Of course, Lord Rogers."
Frankenteddy stepped to the side, and with some difficulty, I managed to squeeze past him. I went into the study and pulled up my laptop, opened the web browser, and began scouring the internet for information about the pentagram I'd found. I pored over dozens of websites, ranging from the encyclopedic to the psychotic. Finally, after 4 hours and 3 cups of coffee, I found what I was looking for. The website was down a link rabbit hole, the web address a long string of random letters and numbers. It was the kind of website that search engines don't index, that you can only get to by following link after link haphazardly until you stumble upon it accidentally. But somehow, I had found it. It looked as if it hadn't been touched in years, like one of those old blog websites from the mid-90s. There was only one page and no other explanation except for the blood-red letters that peeled out of the solid black background, and a photo of the pentagram I now had saved in my phone. I leaned in closely, and I could see the light from the computer screen illuminating my reflection as I scanned the article. This is what it said. The Ritual of a Mudmagar. The Ritual of a Mudmagar is the most ancient and powerful of all satanic rites. It's a type of portal magic that acts on the barrier between the dimensions of hell and earth. The barrier is impenetrable from the side of hell, but it is not flawless. At certain places on earth, places where great evil has occurred, there exist tiny cracks just large enough for the souls of the damned to pass through. An act of extreme evil may even allow for demons to send a piece of their souls through the cracks and haunt those who visit such places. The Ritual of a Mudmagar works to widen these cracks so that larger demonic souls may escape back up to Earth's surface. This rite is only theoretical and has never been used, as it requires the Dark Lord Satan himself to perform it in hell. It is said that if the ritual is performed in concert with Satan's direct descendant on earth, the Dark Lord himself may return. And then I heard a voice from behind me. "Hello, Darren." I whirled around in my office chair to see Miss Robin standing in the open doorway, those ancient and hateful yellow eyes glowering at me over her thick fishbowl lenses. "How did you get in here? The door was locked." Miss Robbins only clicked her tongue and moved closer to me. "You're not gonna stop Satan from taking over this planet," she said, wagging a finger at me. "You're too late. The ritual has already begun." And two thoughts went through my head at that point. The first was that Miss Robbins looked more like a frog than ever, and the second was that I still had the remote of minor inconveniences stuffed inside my back pocket. Before any more thoughts had time to flicker across my consciousness, I yanked it out of my pocket and began mashing buttons randomly as I pointed it at Miss Robbins. "What?" she said in surprise. Her protests were stifled as a blast of silver light hit her directly in the tongue, which swelled to monstrous proportions, flopping out of her mouth and down onto the ground. She yelled at me, hurling a ball of green fire directly at my head. I ducked just in time and the fire shattered off the wall behind me, sending off little green sparks that ignited the carpet wherever they landed. I seized the office chair and hurled it at her, and as she ducked, I managed to pound a couple more buttons. The first blast missed and hit the wall, causing a huge patch of wavy purple hair to erupt through the shattered pieces of what had been my office. But the second blast struck her right in the stomach, sending her toppling over backwards, covered in orange and silver feathers. She sprang back to her feet with surprising agility, heaving a black blob of oil at me that I deflected into the wall with my laptop. I dropped the laptop when I realized that a dozen little oily hands had grown out of it and began reaching out to grab me. I hit her with one last blast of bright golden light, and she burst into laughter. At first I thought she was mocking me, until I looked down to see that I'd hit the little purple button shaped like a hand that read, "Tickle Fit," underneath. Triumphant and merciless, I marched towards her, mashing the volume button over and over again. Her laughter first became uproarious gales, and then thunderous shrieks as I tormented her. Distracted by my task, I became aware of two things far too late. The first was that beneath the tempest shrieks of Miss Robinson's laughter, my stairs were screaming in protest as heavy feet took them two at a time. And the second was that a bit of green fire had dripped down from the ceiling of my study and landed directly on my head, and in 2 seconds my hair would be entirely engulfed in flames. The culmination of these two events came at the same time. Frankenteddy appeared in the doorway of my study, and I felt the white-hot fire as it touched my scalp. "You are on fire!" Frankenteddy roared as he hurtled the shrieking Miss Robbins and raced towards me. "Allow me to pat it out." "Frankenteddy, no!" But my cry went unheeded, and darkness enveloped me as Frankenteddy's humongous paw came crashing down on the top of my head. I awoke an indeterminate time later in my own bed, the faces of Sarah and my demonic family staring down at me. I noted with some pleasure that Miss Robbins and Satan were both absent among them. I reached up to feel my scalp, and breathed a sigh of relief when I felt hair there. That relief fizzled out, however, when I saw that the few loose strands that came off in my hand were wavy and purple. Miss Hatchetface's face wrinkled up in concern. "Are you okay, Mr. Rogers?" "Yeah, I'm okay now." "Well, that's good," a familiar voice said from behind me. "You gave us quite a scare there, Derek." I tilted my head up to see Satan grinning down at me. Oh no. The first apocalypse. I closed my eyes and rubbed my aching head, trying to remember how things had spiraled so far out of control. It had started with an innocuous typo in a letter, and somehow devolved to the point that I was having my very own private apocalypse in my living room. Look, Satan, I don't know why you're here on Earth, but can it wait? Now's not really a good time for me to be caught up in the apocalypse. I'm trying to put the finishing touches on my next book. Well, I could come back after you finished, but I was hoping to get out of hell before it froze over, said Satan. I sighed. If you were going to show up uninvited, you could have at least given me a warning first. I thought you'd be happy to see me, Satan replied, with feigned hurt in his voice. Satan, in the short time I've known you, you've turned my house into a zoo and my daughter into a conduit for satanic magic. Why would I be happy to see you? Satan rubbed his chin. Well, first off, who doesn't like the zoo? Frank and Teddy cleared his throat. Right, sorry, forgot about the whole bear thing, but seriously, Derek, your daughter was already... Oof. Miss Hatchetface elbowed him in the ribs and he stopped talking. Look, if you want to take over the world, I can't stop you, but you can't stay here while you do it. Take over the world? I'm the CEO of Hellcorp. Why would I want to take over this dump? Miss Robbins said you were going to take over the Earth. And you believed that old bat? She was just trying to get your goat, Derek. That's how she is. I do not understand how a goat is involved, interjected Frank and Teddy. We both paused, looked at him, and then turned back to each other, and continued as if he hadn't said anything. Okay, then, if you're not here to take over the planet, then why are you here? Well, being the CEO of Hell is stressful, and besides overseeing daily operations, I have to liaise with Earth politicians and corporate lawyers. I needed a vacation, so I decided to come up here and take my daughters to Disneyland. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I know. Why would anyone want to come to Earth to visit Disneyland when the theme parks in Hell are so much better? But you have to understand that riding the blood luge for the billionth time is a little uninspiring. Know what I mean? Not even a little. I sighed again and squeezed my eyes shut, rubbing the lids until the little fireworks exploded onto the black canvas of my vision. Fine. Let's go to Disneyland, I guess. There we have it, Satan said, clapping his hands together and grinning. It's just a nice, wholesome family trip to Disneyland. There's no evil ulterior motive or anything like that. I'm ready when everyone else is. You mean now? Yeah, the cab's waiting outside, Daniel. We all packed while you were unconscious. My name's not Daniel, it's... But my head went fuzzy when I tried to think of my name. Oh boy, Frank and Teddy really did a number on you, huh? Don't worry about it. I've got a great doctor in Hell. He'll fix you right up. He can even take that nose down a couple of sizes while he's at it. He's famous up here. You've probably heard of him. Really? What's his name? Dr. Mengele. No thanks, Satan. Okay, Daniel. Whatever you say. Before I knew it, suitcases were being tossed into the van that had pulled up in front of my home, and we were all piling in like demonic sardines in a can. All of us except Miss Robbins. I didn't bother to ask where she had gone. Miss Hatchetface was wearing a long black skirt that hid her tail, and Satan had put on a tuxedo and a cowboy hat, insisting that this made him look like a typical human being. Frank and Teddy, meanwhile, had been forced to don an enormous, fuzzy brown teddy bear costume as a disguise. I look ridiculous, he said as he dropped himself into the van's back row of seats. The van tipped to the side under his weight. But you were already a teddy bear. If anything, you just look cute now. It is not my mission objective to be cute. The taxi driver eyed us in the rearview mirror. Heavy bags hung under wary eyes. Are you guys going to some sort of convention or something? He asked. We are escorting the offspring of Satan to the magical land of Dizzy, bellowed Frank and Teddy. You what now? Don't listen to him. We're just a normal American family going on our weekly trip to Disneyland. Right. Hey, wait a second, Satan. Didn't you say you were bringing your daughters along? Where are they? Satan tugged on his collar. They're, waiting for us at the park. Don't worry about it. Miss Hatchetface cocked her head to the side and gave him a quizzical look, but she didn't say anything. The van pulled out of the driveway, and soon we were on the road in earnest. Sarah and Satan sat in the van's middle row of seats, while Miss Hatchetface was squeezed into the back seat between Frank and Teddy and me. We had wanted to put someone in the front seat, but the cab driver had insisted that he needed that seat for his golf clubs. He even moved them out of the trunk to put them there. We had only been on the road for about 15 minutes when a thought suddenly occurred to me. Hold on a second, I said, turning to Miss Hatchetface. Why are we taking the cab? I can just drive us. She smiled at me. Do you remember what your name is yet? Of course I do. But my head went all fuzzy again when I tried to think of my name. What is my name? Your name is Mr. Sillyhead, said Sarah, giggling. She turned around and squinted her bright blue eyes at a huge grin. Frank and Teddy turned his big, fake head towards me. I was not aware of your new name. Apologies, Lord Sillyhead. Satan didn't answer the question. He was too busy leaning over the back of the front passenger's side seat and grinning widely at the driver, asking him questions like, how did you get your skin so tight? And what exactly is the function of a sphincter? I felt Miss Hatchetface's warm hand close over mine. Your name is Darren, she said. Her big black eyes shone like ink-colored jewels. My name is Darren, I repeated. After that, I must have lost some time because the next thing I remember, we were pulling over at a rest stop. Gotta fill up the tank, the driver explained. We won't be making many more stops between here and Disneyland, so if you want to grab some drinks or snacks, now would be the time. We all climbed out of the van and stretched our legs. I'm headed inside to hit the John. Can somebody watch the pump? A quick look around confirmed that everybody else had to use the restroom too, except for Frank and Teddy. My body does not require urination to function. The driver looked confused, but seemed to be in quite a hurry to use the bathroom himself, and so he decided letting Frank and Teddy watch the pump was worth the risk. We headed inside to the toilets, and afterwards grabbed some peach rings and sunflower seeds. When we got to the checkout counter, Sarah turned to me and said, You should ask if Frank and Teddy want something to drink. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. I opened the door and leaned out to call to Frank and Teddy, but I stopped dead when I saw what he was doing. He had taken the nozzle out of the gas tank of the car and stuck it in his mouth so that it was shooting gasoline down his throat. I burst through the door of the convenience store and sprinted to the car. What the hell are you doing? I demanded. Frank and Teddy turned off the gas and dropped the nozzle. I wish to taste the warrior's elixir of this fearsome metal beast. It is indeed a potent drink. You can't drink gasoline. You're gonna explode. By what treacherous sorcery may this divine beverage cause me to explode? It's gasoline. The entire point is that it explodes. That's how the car runs. It's a combustion engine. Frank and Teddy paused for a moment. You mean to tell me that this beast is powered by explosions? Well, more or less. This is joyous news. I shall inform Satan so that he may bring a pair down to hell at once to begin breeding. Okay, just please go spit the gas out. Frank and Teddy turned his head and belched out a 30-foot spurt of flames. I have disposed of the gasoline. Yeah, you have, I said, as my heart fluttered weakly in my chest. Good job. The cashier of the convenience store, a balding man in his late 40s with a comb-over and a bulbous beer gut, ran outside and waddle sprinted to the pumps. What the hell was that? He demanded. Frank and Teddy approached him and placed a paw upon his shoulder. That was the demonstration of the power of Satan's future demonic cavalry, small human. But there is no need for you to fear. We do not mean you any harm. The cashier squirmed his way out from under Frank and Teddy's paw and looked at me. Is he off of his meds or something? Sorry about that. He's not from around here. Why don't we go inside and I'll pay for those snacks. With a sidelong glance at Frank and Teddy, the cashier turned on his heel and we walked together inside. Sarah had grabbed 5 extra bags of candy while I was outside, and I was too exhausted to put up a fight when she plopped them down on the counter. She hugged me around the waist and said, "I love you, Daddy." And I kissed her on the top of her head and said, "I love you too." We locked our hands together and headed back to the parking lot to see the driver had finally returned from the bathroom and was staring at the gas pump with a frown. "Sorry about that. I'll pay for it." The driver shook his head and muttered something rude sounding under his breath before climbing back into the driver's seat. We all clambered back into the car. I noticed that Miss Hatchetface was already inside. "Have you been here the whole time?" "More or less." "If that's true, then why didn't you stop Frank and Teddy from drinking gasoline?" Miss Hatchetface went pale. "You mean you don't drink gasoline on Earth?" "Of course not." "Oh no. I've been putting it in your breakfast." That actually explains a lot. The cab driver was giving us the stink eye as he pulled out of the lot and back onto the open road. I turned and watched the scenery flit by in a blur of pastel greens and browns. Before I knew it, the monotony of the barren countryside had lulled me into a deep sleep. Disneyland. The next thing I remember is rolling up on the gates of Disneyland and spilling out of the van. Judging by the looks we were getting, we must have been the oddest group of tourists who have ever darkened the magical kingdom's doorstep. The cab driver seemed like he was in a hurry to be rid of us. He nearly slammed the door on Satan's arm when Satan opened it to give him a tip. The driver took one look at Satan's outstretched palm and peeled out of the lot, muttering an impressive stream of curse words along with every possible pseudonym of the word lunatic. "What did I do?" Satan asked innocently. He held out his upturned palm. "Are those human finger bones?" "Of course. We don't use that as money here, Satan." "Oh, well, where can I exchange it for human money?" "Try the police station." "Nice try, Jerry." I shrugged. People pointed and whispered as we passed, shrinking away from us as if our craziness might be contagious. And before I knew it, we were at the front of the line. The Disneyland employee selling tickets was a young, pimply-faced teenager with braces and close-cropped blonde hair. His mouth hung open so low when he saw us that I thought his tongue might fall out onto the counter. How many?" he asked. "The 742 offspring of Satan demand entry to the magical land of Dizzy. Also, us 5. "What?" coughed the teenager. Satan tugged at his collar and grinned at the kid in the ticket booth, swirling his finger in a circle around his temple in the international sign for crazy. "Hold on, Satan. Didn't you say your daughters would be waiting for us?" "They're, already in the park." "Did you just call him Satan?" the kid asked. "Satan's just my nickname." He threw the kid a wink and said, "You can call me Mr. Satan." "Just take the tickets," the kid said, thrusting them under the slot in the counter window. "But I didn't give you any money." That's okay. This one's on me." "Wow, what a nice young man," Satan said, turning to us and handing out the tickets. He turned back to the terrified ticket seller and grinned. "I know you're not allowed to accept tips, but we'll keep this one just between us two." He then slid the finger bones under the slot in the glass. The ticket seller's eyes blew up to the size of golf balls, but Satan paid him no mind. Grinning, he turned back to us. "All right, you guys go on and have some fun. I need to go handle some business." Without waiting for our responses, he turned on his heel and strode off into the park at a brisk pace. Miss Hatchetface stared at Satan's back as he left, and a little wrinkle appeared between her eyebrows. "I wonder what Satan's daughters look like," I said to no one in particular. "Huh?" replied Miss Hatchetface. I said Frank and Teddy, said Miss Hatchetface, cutting me off.
Yes, Lady Hatchetface.
Can you take care of Darren and Sarah for a bit? I need to go check on something.
I am honored that the lady would entrust me with such a... My lady, I have not finished speaking.
But Miss Hatchetface either didn't care or didn't hear, because she was already 20 feet away, the silk skirt swishing around her hips as she hurried after Satan. Sarah looked up at me and grinned. I want to ride all the rides, she squealed.
I shrugged.
Sounds like a plan to me.
I hope they have the blood luge, Frankenteddy bellowed, unaware that his voice was about as loud as a jet engine with a nasty cough. People fixed us with terrified gazes, and I ushered Frankenteddy and Sarah into the park. We went to the food court first and bought some absurdly overpriced snacks before heading to the first ride, a rather mild adventure in which you spin around in circles while sitting in giant teacups. But when we got to the front of the line, Frankenteddy was in for a severe disappointment. Apparently, 7.5 feet tall and half as wide is a bit too big for a teacup. What do you mean I am not permitted to ride? He roared at the cowering teenage ride operator.
The kid looked like he wanted to melt into the ground. It's really a safety requirement, sir, due to your size.
If I am too small for your ride, then I shall enlarge myself.
Enlarge?
I shall enhance my size.
It's okay, Frankenteddy, I said, smiling and patting him on the arm. I'll take Sarah and you can wait here with the nice employee. The employee looked rather sick at the prospect of spending more time with Frankenteddy.
Can we get ice cream after?
Of course we can.
I want a blood-flavored snow cone.
At this, the ride attendant turned so white that even his pimples weren't red anymore. Sarah and I left Frankenteddy there and climbed on board our teacup, and the ride began. Sarah screamed with joy the entire time, and when we got off, she was hopping around me in circles, hair askew and sticking to her face. That was the best, Daddy. Can we go again? I almost said yes before I spotted Frankenteddy. He was sitting on the ground with legs splayed out in front of him, staring directly at the teenage employee, who he still towered over even while sitting down. I couldn't see the expression on his face through the teddy bear costume, but I'd guessed that he was seething with anger, and the teenage employee looked moments away from fainting. We'd better go get some ice cream first, because Frankenteddy looks like he's about to kill the Disneyland employee. We had only taken a few steps in that direction, however, when our ears were assaulted by the shriek of the microphone feedback blaring from the park's PA system. My ears were still ringing when I heard a familiar voice come through all the speakers of the park at once.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen,
said Satan's amplified voice. Park-goers froze where they stood.
We at Disneyland have a special treat for you today.
Just then, Miss Hatchetface sprinted up to us. Little beads of sweat darted her forehead, and her hair looked as if it had just attempted to fly away. I tried to stop him, she gasped out, taking heaving breaths between each word. He's going to... But she ran out of breath before she could finish. Satan's voice continued on, bouncing off the walls of the park.
For some time, we have been considering an interdimensional partnership with our colleagues in Hell,
he said.
However, due to some problems during the negotiation, Satan decided, we decided to simply give the park to Satan and his demons. Isn't that exciting news?
The patrons of the park stared around in all directions, mouths hanging open in slack disbelief as Satan's voice continued on.
So, if you don't want to participate in the next grand opening of the very first hellscape on Earth, I suggest you leave within the next 10 seconds.
I half expected there to be a mad stampede for the gate, but people just stood there dumbstruck, looking around as if some rational explanation would suddenly spring out of the hedges. What did spring out of the edges was not an explanation, nor was it rational. I heard the screams before I saw the reason for them. Big purple behemoths had begun bursting out from beneath the cobblestone streets, sending tiny shards of pavement whizzing by like shrapnel. Little leathery creatures zoomed around like oversized mosquitoes on rainbow-colored wings. Sarah screamed as a 30-foot snake slithered past us, then screamed again when the snake came back to ask where the bathroom was. The purple-skinned behemoth smashed into the rides with huge stone clubs, and the air was filled with clouds of dust, splinters of wood, and chips of shattered brick. The ground all around us cracked like a humongous egg, and new rides exploded forth. Gigantic, tangled masses of ancient yellow bone and twisted metal. Purple flames erupted around the gates, erasing any hopes for escape. The windows of the mock castle at the center of the park exploded with red fire, and the brown stone spires became scaled with obsidian spikes and shot towards the sky like the giant talons of some huge beast. The doors to the castle burst open and a yawning cavern of darkness was revealed within. The insides of the cavern began to glow orange, and a loathsome feeling of dread seemed to emanate from within. And people scattered like pool balls after a break, tripping over themselves and running into walls. The intercom screeched again, and suddenly the park went still as we all paused to listen to the voice of Tina, Satan's secretary.
Can Mr. Darren Rogers please report to Satan's office? It is located in room 1A on the first floor of the castle,
said Tina in her tired, droning voice.
I repeat, can Mr. Darren Rogers please report to Satan's office? Thank you.
I could feel the color drain from my face as the others all turned to look at me. I swallowed hard around the knot that had formed in my throat, thinking that whatever Satan had in store for me, it most likely wasn't good. But then I felt small fingers intertwine with mine and squeeze. I looked down to see Sarah smiling up at me. Don't be scared, Daddy. I'll go with you. I smiled back down at her, and we started off towards the office together. A mysterious phone call. We arrived at the former Dizzy Castle to see that Satan had wasted no time in adding his own personal touch. Demons lumbered through the halls, taking down the portraits of beloved Dizzy characters and replacing them with grotesque paintings of horrific hell beasts. Jerry, the hatchet-headed intern, met us at the door with a grunt and led us down the hall into the main conference room, which Satan had taken for his office. He had had the desk replaced with the smooth obsidian slab from his office in hell, and the fluorescent lights had been replaced with wooden torches. Behind the huge obsidian desk, the heads of beloved Dizzy mascots were mounted like hunting trophies. I hoped that they were empty. 2 large, glass-doored cabinets full of what looked like scientific equipment covered the left wall. The strange, metallic instruments within them busily buzzed and whirred, occasionally emitting bright puffs of rainbow-colored smoke. Satan was sitting behind his desk and directing the demons on how to perform the renovations, a huge grin on his face. Miss Hatchetface and I sat across the desk from Satan in 2 cushy leather office chairs, while Frankenpetty and Sarah played in the corner. Miss Hatchetface regarded Satan with an expression that suggested she was about 2 seconds away from lunging over the desk and punching him in the mouth. Can you please just tell me what in the hell is the matter with you? She demanded. Satan continued to direct the demons around his office for a moment, before stopping and giving her a look of surprise. Who? Me? Yes, you. Who else would I be talking to? I thought you were talking to Frankenteddy. Miss Hatchetface cocked her head and squinted, only managing to sputter out a few incoherent sounds of anger. Are you going to be okay? You want me to buzz Tina and have her bring you a sedative? I don't want a sedative. I want you to be less of a jackass. I can try, but I can't make any guarantees. Do you have any more manageable suggestions? Miss Hatchetface closed her eyes and took a deep breath, and placing her palms flat on the obsidian desk. I just want to know, what kind of insanity possessed you to decide to destroy Disneyland and replace it with this garish demonic monstrosity? Satan twirled his goatee and a coy smile crossed his face. It's part of my master plan, he said cryptically. Which is? Satan tapped the side of his head knowingly. We're gonna get into the theme park business. We've already got the parks down in hell. All we have to do now is move them up to Earth. We're gonna open franchises all over the continental United States. And that's only the beginning. Okay. Forgetting for a second that you are completely insane, why do you want to open theme parks across the U.S.? What do you mean, why? He asked, straightening his tie in the mirror that sat on his desk. For the same reason anyone does anything. Money. What? I said. You live in hell. What could you possibly want with Earth money? Well, first of all, Satan said, giving up on his tie and turning back towards us. I never wanted to live in hell. He took a little round mirror out from his pocket and began picking at his teeth, dislodging a large chunk of lettuce and flicking it across the room. Second of all, do you have any idea how expensive a human soul is? I don't know, and I don't care, I said, irritated. You shouldn't be buying people's souls in the first place. How would you feel if somebody else owned your soul? Satan laughed. I don't have a soul. Because you're a demon? Because I'm a CEO. Ah. Look, Dylan, I've got big plans for us. Us? You, me, Sarah, all of us are going to have to chip in. I'd ask my daughters to help, but they take after their mothers, and sadly, all 187 of my ex-wives are depraved lunatics. Satan, do you maybe think you're the one who... Besides, Sarah being my direct descendant on Earth and all, it seems appropriate that she be included in my plan. A thought flashed through my head with a twinge of pain. There's something about a powerful satanic ritual and the portals between dimensions. I tried to seize on it, but it was useless. The thought had gone. That's absolutely ridiculous, I insisted. Is it? Satan asked. The ritual of a Mud Nagar is the ultimate test, Dylan. Nobody but my direct descendant on Earth could have widened the portal between hell and Earth to allow me to passage. They just wouldn't have sufficient magical power. Wait a second, I said. My stomach sank. Is this a roundabout way of saying that you had sex with my ex-wife? I don't know. Is your ex-wife a demon? No, not in the literal sense at least. Wow, ex-wife humor? That's a little trite, isn't it? I thought you were supposed to be a writer. I had just watched an army of demons take over Disneyland. I apologize if I'm a little out of sorts. Well, I'm sure you'll think of a singer in editing. Look, if you didn't sleep with my ex-wife, how on earth could Sarah be your descendant? Well, the 70s were a crazy time, Dylan. Sexually, I mean. Who's to say there aren't thousands of little half-demons running around on Earth? I mean, where do you think all the Ritalin kids came from? Satan? Yes, Dylan. Can we please get back to the theme parks? I feel like we've already covered that topic in sufficient detail. Humor me. Sure. Do you like knock-knock jokes? That's not what I... So, you're going to open up amusement parks all over the U.S.? That is correct. To make money. Exactly. To buy souls. Bingo. I don't get it. What are you going to do with all those souls? We sell them. What? I don't really have time to explain the basics of the free market to you, Jerry. Buy low, sell high. That's the gist of it. But what you're doing is evil, I insisted. It's just business, Jerry. You ought to know that. Even Frankenteddy knows what that means. Indeed, bellowed Frankenteddy. It's just business is what you say when you want to do something terrible and not feel bad about it afterwards. What? No, that's not it at all. But that's what you told me. Satan tugged at his collar nervously, and I realized that I was getting nothing out of this conversation but a headache. I brought my hands up to my face and rubbed, letting out a long sigh. Mr. Rogers, said Miss Hatchetface, do you mind if I cut in? Please do, I replied. With all due respect, Satan, she began before Satan cut her off. Mr. Satan. With all due respect, Mr. Satan, she continued, rolling her eyes, have you really thought this through? Who on earth is going to buy human souls? Well, I expect the humans will buy them back at inflated prices. It's not too fun having your soul owned by the devil, after all. So you want to make money so that you can buy souls, and you want to sell the souls to make more money? Isn't that a little circular? Satan sighed. Look, you're overthinking it. An effective business strategy doesn't have to make sense. It only has to make money. Where on earth did you get your business degree? Online college. Miss Hatchetface smacked her palm on her forehead. Satan, aren't those colleges kind of... What? Scams? Why? Because they lure in naive young people with promises of a better future, and then bilk them out of thousands of dollars in exchange for a degree that you have to print yourself at home? Yeah, that's the reason I was thinking of. Well, you may call that a scam on Earth, but in hell, we call it a master class in practical business ethics. Okay, said Miss Hatchetface. Then what about all of this? She motioned to the cabinets full of scientific equipment, and for the first time since the start of the conversation, Satan looked visibly uncomfortable. He shifted nervously in his chair and pulled on his goatee. Oh, just some stuff I'm holding for a friend. You have friends. Just then, the phone rang, and Satan put up his hand, signaling us to stop talking. Sorry, I better take this call. He picked up the receiver and held it to his ear. As he listened to the person on the other end, the grin slowly melted from his face, replaced by a frown and a furrowed brow. And you're absolutely certain? He said after a few minutes of silent listening. He paused to listen to the response. That's impossible. Already? He paused again. But we're on Earth now. Surely they wouldn't... What? Earth 2? Satan's frown deepened. What am I supposed to do about it? There are some things that even I can't... Yeah, I understand it. I'll be right there. The Satan looked as if he had aged 10 years in the course of the 30-second call. His normal carefree grin had been replaced with lines of deep worry, and its shoulders had visibly slumped. He let out a deep sigh and rubbed his forehead. He put on a forced smile and looked up at us. Well, he said, clapping his hands together, I've got good news and bad news. Oh no, said Miss Hatchetface. The bad news is that an urgent matter in hell has been called to my attention and I need to go see to it immediately. And the good news? Asked Miss Hatchetface. The good news is that I'm turning my Earth operations over to my direct human descendant. Wait a second, you can't possibly mean... That's right, said Satan, beaming out an obviously forced smile. Sarah is now acting CEO of Disneyland Hell. Dizzy Hell? Well, picking a name can be her first act as CEO. She's 5 years old, I protested. Yeah, they grow up so fast, don't they? He said absent-mindedly while checking his watch. Don't worry, it's a pretty small problem, really. At the very most, it should only take a couple thousand years to resolve. Before I had a chance to object, Satan had vanished into a roar of flames and smoke. The room was silent. We all stared at each other in disbelief. All of us except for Sarah, whose grin was slowly spreading from the corners of her mouth to light up her entire face. This means I get all the cotton candy I want, she squealed. Dizzy Hell. We all sat in fold-out chairs on a makeshift stage, while the demonic and captive human populations of Dizzy Hell milled around below us. Sarah was standing on a chair with books piled on top so that she could reach the microphone on top of a rickety wooden podium and fumbling with a piece of paper. Written on the paper was the speech that Miss Hatchetface and I helped her prepare, with unwanted input from Frankenteddy. He was also on the stage and had taken off the head of his teddy bear suit and was now absent-mindedly licking a red snow cone while it melted and dribbled down in front of his costume.
Friends,
Sarah began, even though her amplified voice was still small and quiet. She cleared her throat.
I have gathered you here today to announce a change in Dizzy Hell management. The Dark Lord Satan has gone away on urgent business, and in the meantime, I'll be your acting CEO.
I smiled a little as Sarah pronounced the word CEO as CEO.
You may be wondering what that means for the future of the park. Firstly, all food will now be provided free of charge. Secondly, all flies of butter are not to be harmed on pain of death and eternal damnation.
Frankenteddy nodded his approval at his addition to the speech, and confused murmurs went up from the crowd.
Thirdly,
Sarah said, folding the paper up into a neat little square and placing it in her pocket.
have fun.
The crowd below stood in awkward silence as the humans and demons below wondered what they were supposed to be doing. Sarah frowned and looked to me for answers, but all I could give her was a perplexed shrug. Frankenteddy stood up and lumbered over to the microphone, his steps clumsy and uncertain in the giant snow cone stained bear costume. He lifted Sarah off the chair and set her gently on the ground, seizing the microphone in one of his humongous costume paws. His throat clearing sounded like a chainsaw being taken to a brick wall.
The Dark Lord Satan commands you to have fun,
he roared. The crowd remained still and stony-faced, and it was Frankenteddy's turn to look to Sarah for answers. Instead of a perplexed shrug, she gave him a smirk and motioned for him to set her back up on her chair. Once he had done so, she took the microphone in her hand and gave him a side-eyed smile.
Ahem,
She said, trying and failing to fight back a grin.
everybody, dogpile Frankenteddy.
Frankenteddy's look of surprise barely had time to register as the human children below stormed the stage, leaping at and climbing him as if he were an enormous fuzzy tree. Sarah looked to me and smiled, and her eyes shone bright in the sun.
Satan, give me courage, Frankenteddy said as he disappeared under a writhing pile of children. There is no greater honor than to die in battle.
Miss Hatchetface covered her mouth and laughed. Sarah leapt off the stage and ran at another demon. An ugly, bipedal, lizard-looking thing with a pot belly and two stunted arms like a T-Rex.
Everybody dogpile this thing,
She shouted. A few braver children joined her charge, sprinting full tilt at the squat green demon. The demon waved his tiny arms in protest, but was quickly bowled over as Sarah and her vanguard tackled him. A flood of others followed, burying the demon's weak protests under a chorus of shouts and giggles. With that, the icy atmosphere of the park seemed to thaw a little, and the children wandered over to the other demons who carried them off to new rides, while their parents watched in slack-jawed horror. Frankenteddy had finally managed to fight his way to the top of the pile, and he made his way over to us now, dragging along a few children who had refused to admit defeat, and now clung to his legs giggling. It seems this land of Dizzy is an acceptable substitute for the pox of pain and damnation in hell. Though I hope that there are many, we shall need them when Satan closes down. Miss Hatchetface's smile vanished, and a look of worry took its place. What do you mean, closes down? She asked. The Dark Lord Satan means to close down hell and relocate business operations to Earth. His tone suggested he found this to be thoroughly uninteresting. He what? Gasped Miss Hatchetface. And how do you know this anyway? I heard him discussing it in his office with Sarah while you and Lord Rogers toured the Department of Darryl. Miss Hatchetface buried her face in her hands and drew a breath, long and deep, before looking back at Frankenteddy. And why in the hell didn't you say something earlier? Frankenteddy shrugged. Nobody asked me. Satan's Secret. Miss Hatchetface and I had left Sarah to play with the other children, while we escorted Frank and Teddy back to the office for questioning. The three of us were seated around the vast obsidian slab that served as Satan's desk. The dim torchlight danced across the polished black stone surface as Frank and Teddy gorged himself on various snacks that he had stashed inside the lower half of his bear costume. So far, I had counted 18 candy bars, 7 bags of Cheetos, and a full plate of spaghetti. Our questioning had been going rather poorly, with the exception that Frank and Teddy as of yet seemed utterly oblivious to the fact that he was divulging top-secret information. "So, let's go over this again," repeated Miss Hatchetface. Frank and Teddy shrugged and pulled out another bag of Cheetos and ripped into it. "He believes that the future of hell is not stable. He wishes to relocate all future business operations to Earth." "But why?" I asked. "What does Earth have that hell doesn't?" "A great many things, Lord Rogers. Cotton candy, hot dogs, cartoons involving talking sponges." "But why does he believe that the future of hell is unstable?" asked Miss Hatchetface. "He seems to believe that there is some imminent threat to hell's safety." The words of Satan's phone call echoed in my mind. "Earth too?" he had said. "He could be planning anything. I can't get a handle on that guy. One minute he's all smiles and cheer, and the next he's razing the beloved family theme park to the ground." Miss Hatchetface shook her head. "You don't know the half of it. I'd be surprised if even Satan knew what his plans were. He's always been a couple dice short of a Yahtzee, if you know what I mean." "What is a Yahtzee?" "It's a game where—" I began. "It's just a way of saying that Satan is crazy." "I see." "We need to find out what he's up to," Miss Hatchetface said. Her face was dark and stern. "How? He's all the way down in hell. Do you know where he went, Frank and Teddy?" "I do not." "Then how do we find him?" "I have an idea, but you're not going to like it." "What is it?" "If Sarah really is Satan's descendant, demons will be compelled to obey her. We could find someone who knows where Satan went and track him down." Isn't hell dangerous?" "Not for the descendant of Satan." My stomach grumbled and I could feel myself frowning. I didn't like the idea of taking Sarah down to hell again one bit, especially not with the specter of some imminent and unknown threat looming over it. Still, it didn't seem like I had any other options. I sighed and Miss Hatchetface looked at me expectantly. "So, do you want to go to hell?" All right, fine. Just please don't put it that way. Let us make haste to the kingdom of Satan," Frank and Teddy chimed in helpfully. "That's not really any better." Troll Demon, PhD. We arrived to a red wasteland of yellow bones and black smoke. Bruised purple clouds drifted slowly across a blood-red sky. Obsidian cliffs crowded the landscape, and the air stung the back of my throat with a sulfuric tang. "Where are we?" I coughed. "This is supposed to be the office of Satan," bellowed Frank and Teddy, who had by now stripped off his snow cone-stained costume. "It's gone," Miss Hatchetface said, stunned. "Where do we go now?" I scanned the horizon, but it was empty desert except for broken bones and a colossal blue rock. "There," Sarah said, pointing at the rock. "There? The rock? It's not a rock." "What do you mean it's not a—" The rock stirred, sat up, and began to pick its nose. Oh. What I had mistaken for the rock could be described best as a troll. It had thick, scaly blue skin, and 2 stubby white horns that looked like they had been chipped at with a jackhammer. As it pushed itself to his feet with a huge stone club, I saw that it was clothed in nothing except a raggedy yellow loincloth that could have served as a tent for a family of 5. The hot stink of his breath washed over us as it growled. "Can it talk?" I asked Miss Hatchetface.
"Of course I can talk," it bellowed. "I was just clearing my throat."
"Oh, I'm sorry,
I'll have you know that I have a PhD in demonic studies."
Okay. The troll demon reached into one of the pockets of its loincloth and pulled out a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles. It pulled a rag from another pocket, wiped them off, and put them on. "Now, what do you want?" "We were wondering if you knew where we could find Satan," Miss Hatchetface asked. The demon growled again as it patted its pendulous white belly.
"Last I heard, he was on Earth."
"That's it? Do you know what happened here, where Satan's office went?"
The troll demon rubbed its chin. "Why should I tell you?"
I opened my mouth to respond, but Sarah patted me on the arm and said, "I'll handle this one, Daddy." She stepped towards the demon and puffed out her little chest. "My name is Sarah Rogers," she said defiantly. "I'm the direct descendant of Satan, and I command you to tell us what you know."
"A human descendant of Satan?" bellowed the giant troll. "I doubt that very much." The demon growled so loud that the ground shook beneath our feet, and our hair was blown back by its rancid breath.
"You sound like you've got a cold," I offered. "Would you like a lozenge?"
"I am in pain," it roared. "Can you not tell the difference?"
"No, not really. Why are you in pain?" The troll smacked its Buick-sized club into the ground, sending up a huge red cloud of dust.
"By what dark treachery do you command me, little human? There is no satanic blood in you. I can smell it."
"You can smell my blood? That's gross."
"Of course I can smell your blood," bellowed the troll. "And the other human should take it easy on the donuts, by the way. His cholesterol is absurd."
"I'm on a diet,"
I said. And it was true. Ever since Miss Hatchetface had come to live with us, she insisted on cooking every meal with sulfur. The troll rubbed its stomach and grumbled. "Well, go ahead and get on with it. What do you want to know?"
"Everything," said Sarah.
"I don't know everything. And to tell you what I do know would take longer than one of your pathetically short human lifetimes."
"Then just tell us the interesting stuff," said Sarah.
"Fine," sighed the troll, rolling his eyes. "Satan's office was here. Now it's not. I was asleep and didn't see what happened."
"That's it? Do you have any idea where Satan went?"
"He has forbidden me from telling. I cannot say, even to you."
There was another earth-shaking roar and the demon fell to its knees.
"He went to the gate of Orakta,"
it bellowed with a strangled cry of pain. The troll dropped its club to the ground, sending up a cloud of red dust that all but blinded us. The demon was only a colossal dark shadow in the dusty fog as it seized its head with both hands and roared. Without warning, it picked the club back up and swung it, catching Frankenteddy in the stomach and sending him rolling backwards head over heel. The troll demon roared again, raising the club above his head to strike. "Stop!" yelled Sarah. But the troll demon paid her no mind. It smashed its club to the ground next to her, missing by mere inches. The ground splintered and chunks of rock went flying. The troll demon aimed the next blow at Miss Hatchetface. She stuck her hands out in front and caught the club as it slammed into her chest. The blow sent her skidding back 20 feet, but she didn't let go of the club. Instead, she wrapped her arms and legs around it in a bear hug. The demon raised the club up and waved it in the air, trying to shake her off like an unwanted insect. She did indeed fall off, landing on the demon's head. The club came sailing through the air again, and I rolled out of the way just as it came crashing down beside me. I looked up to see Miss Hatchetface with her arms wrapped around the troll's fat and ugly head, one seizing on a horn and the other stuck inside a giant nostril. The troll grabbed hold of her and pulled her off, squeezing her in its enormous scaly fingers. I was pushing myself to my feet to run and help, when something smashed into me from behind and knocked me back into the dirt. I looked up to see Frankenteddy sprinting full tilt at the demon. He buried a fist into the demon's bulbous gut, and it dropped Miss Hatchetface back into the sand. She didn't move once she hit the ground. The demon raised its club to strike again, but there was a bright flash of silver light, and its head ballooned to 10 times its size, sending the troll toppling to the ground, unconscious. I looked over to my left and saw Sarah holding out the remote of minor inconveniences like a sword. Frankenteddy stood panting with his hands on his knees, and Miss Hatchetface still lay unmoving on the ground. I ran over and knelt beside her. Her eyes were closed. I bent down to see if she was still breathing. Achoo! Her forehead smashed into mine as she lurched forward to sneeze. Little purple stars swiveled and danced across my vision. Sorry, I'm allergic to hell dust. It's fine, I replied, rubbing my aching forehead. You've got a really hard skull. She put on a sheepish grin. Thanks. Frankenteddy walked up and held out what looked like a polka-dotted scrap of tablecloth. A handkerchief for the Lady Hatchetface. Oh, thank you, Frankenteddy, she said as she accepted the handkerchief. But where did you get this? From my pocket. You have pockets? Of course. But you don't wear any clothes. And? Nothing. I, don't need a handkerchief right now. Thanks, Frankenteddy. Miss Hatchetface looked a bit green as she handed the handkerchief back to Frankenteddy. Are you, gonna put it in your pocket? She asked. Later. Okay. Sarah came over and sat down in the dirt next to Miss Hatchetface. She didn't say anything, but it was obvious she was upset. What the hell happened just now? I don't know, replied Miss Hatchetface. But it's not good. The troll shouldn't have been able to attack someone with the blood of Satan. The moment it swung the club, it should have burst into flames, and... She looked at Sarah. What? Sarah asked. How did you make the demon obey you? What do you mean? You shouldn't have been able to counteract Satan's orders, unless you somehow have more satanic blood than Satan himself, which is impossible. Sarah frowned. Regardless, Miss Hatchetface said, this is no longer the place for a little human girl and her father to be wandering around. Frankenteddy, I want you to take them back. Sarah opened her mouth, as if she was about to argue, but she seemed to think better of it and closed it again, slumping her shoulders. I also believe it to be prudent, Frankenteddy replied. He raised his arms and the purple and black flames licked up around us, but this time, there was no sensation of being sucked up through a straw. This time, we stayed exactly where we were. What the? Miss Hatchetface said, stunned. I do not understand. Miss Hatchetface turned her face skyward. Oh my God. He's sealed it up. It cannot be. What happened? I asked. Miss Hatchetface looked at me. She had gone so pale she could have passed for human. Satan sealed the exits of hell. There's no way for us to get back to Earth now, not unless we can find him and get him to unseal the portal. Oh, my stomach gave a nasty, squirming sensation. Then I guess we have no choice but to head to this Oraktar place. Do you know the way? At the mention of Oraktar, Miss Hatchetface went even paler. Demons aren't allowed at Oraktar. Evil things live there. More evil than demons? Much, much more.
labyrinth demons and old ladies. We trekked across the flat expanse of blood-red desert waste. The sand was loose beneath our feet, and giant yellow bones jutted through the ground like broken teeth. As we drew nearer to the gate of Oraktar, the bruised purple clouds had grown fewer, and hell's red sun had grown larger and brighter in the sky, and periodically sending off arcs of orange fire around its edges. The air was now thick with acrid black smoke, forcing us to keep a slow pace as it was increasingly difficult to breathe. "Where is this gate of Oraktar?" I asked. "It's not far from here," Miss Hatchetface replied. "And the quickest way is through the maze of unspeakable horror. After that, we just have to cross the river Styx and we'll be there." My stomach dropped half a foot. Is there a way around the maze of unspeakable horror? It doesn't really sound like a very kid-friendly place. "There is, but it's 500 miles out of the way." "Ah." "Don't worry," said Miss Hatchetface, giving me a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "I've navigated the maze plenty of times before. Satan includes it in the annual company fund run for charity." "Satan gives to charity?" "Well, not really. Most of the money goes towards advertising all the good the charity does." "Ah, gotcha." We trudged on for what must have been an hour before the high brown walls of the maze came into view. They were made of rough-hewn brown stone and covered with climbing green ivy. Above the maze, a black storm cloud hovered, jolting and flashing with electricity and emitting a slow, steady rumble of thunder that bore an unsettling similarity to the growl of a very large animal. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I looked at the maze. I turned to Miss Hatchetface. "You want me to go in there?" I asked, hoping she'd catch the reluctance in my tone. "Don't worry, it looks a lot worse than it is. Besides, it's probably abandoned just like everywhere else." I shook my head. "First off, I'm a dad. It's my job to worry. Second, I really don't think probably is good enough. We've been through this already. Sarah is the descendant of Satan. Nothing down here can harm her. Except for giant homicidal trolls, you mean?" "Well, oh, come on, Daddy," Sarah interrupted. "Don't be such a baby." Without waiting for my response, Sarah charged ahead into the maze's entrance. I yelled for her to wait, but she was already out of my sight. I sprinted after her, and I could hear Frank and Teddy and Miss Hatchetface behind me. We caught up with Sarah before we made it too far into the maze, which was different than the surrounding hellscape. The blood-red sand of hell's deserts had been replaced by a loamy, dark brown soil, and the blistering heat of the crimson sky had been replaced by a moist coolness and a roof of dark thunderclouds. The entire maze was eerily silent but for the rumbling clouds overhead, and our footfalls and voices were muted, as if the walls did not reflect sound but instead absorbed it. We treaded slowly and carefully as Miss Hatchetface recited the directions to herself under her breath. As we made our way deeper, towards the heart of the maze, I noticed a familiar, uneasy feeling begin to grow in the back of my mind. At first, I tried to shake it off as simple paranoia, but the deeper we went, the harder it became to deny, and now I was sure of it. We were being watched. I turned my head left and right at every shadow that played across the wall, every minuscule sound that I imagined underneath the ever-present growl of thunder, but my eyes could not catch anything out of the ordinary. When they finally did, it wasn't the presence of something that shouldn't be there that I noticed, but the absence of something that should have. Suddenly, and without warning, Miss Hatchetface was gone. My heart instantly leapt into my throat and stayed there, throbbing uneasily and choking the words that I had intended to sound brave. "Miss Hatchetface?" I called out, but there was no reply. I looked to Frank and Teddy. "Did you see where she went?" I asked. Frank and Teddy simply shook his head, a deep expression of unease stealing across his normally carefree face. I turned back around and started calling for her again, my voice small against the oppressive silence of the high stone walls and the low rumble of thunder above us. "It's no use, Frank and Teddy. Do you know what could have happened to her?" But Frank and Teddy didn't answer, and when I had turned around, he was gone as well. I seized Sarah tightly by the hand and knelt down in the moist soil, lifting her chin up gently to meet my gaze. Her eyes were wide with fright. "Did you see what happened to Frank and Teddy?" She silently shook her head. "Don't worry, I'm not going to let anything happen to you." I stood up and began scanning the walls of the maze for any sign of Miss Hatchetface and Frank and Teddy. My hand was slick with sweat as I held Sarah's hand in an iron grip, but my caution was for nothing. Suddenly, the warmth of Sarah's hand was gone, and my own closed on itself. "Sarah!" I shouted, though I knew there would be no answer. My knees sank into the dirt as my legs buckled beneath me. The world faded into nothing, and I found myself tumbling through a rushing darkness before landing hard on a cold, stone surface. I could see nothing around me except for two glowing red eyes that stared down from high above. "Well, well," a deep voice bubbled from the shadows. "What have we here? I haven't tasted a human soul in so very long. You four will make a fine meal indeed." Just as my heart was about to explode out of my chest, I heard Miss Hatchetface shout from behind me. "Oh, damn it, Reggie," she yelled. "What do you think you're doing?" "Miss Hatchetface?" The deep voice cracked. A blinding light filled the room around us. As my eyes adjusted to the brightness, I saw that we were in a damp cave with a colossal-sized lizard-like beast whose scaly torso emerged out of a rippling black portal in the wall. The lizard beast scratched the back of his neck and put on a sheepish grin. "Whoa, what are you doing here?" he stammered. "What am I doing here? What are you doing here?" "Well, I do work here." Miss Hatchetface rolled her eyes and sighed in exasperation. Yeah, I know that. But why are you still here? Every demon for miles has abandoned hell for Disneyland up on Earth." This time it was Reggie's turn to sigh. "I know that, but I'm stuck in the wall." "What?" replied Miss Hatchetface. "How is that possible? You're a labyrinth demon. You can leave the wall anytime you want. You came to the office Christmas party at Benihana's last year." Reggie looked at the ground, his eyes shifting uneasily. "Yeah, well, I've gained a little weight since then, and, you know." I don't get it," Sarah said. "I believe that Reggie's too fat for the portal," bellowed Frank and Teddy. Yeah," Reggie coughed. "That's it."
"Well, why didn't he just say that?"
Sarah asked. "I believe he is embarrassed of his immense and sudden weight gain because it makes him feel unattractive," Frank and Teddy droned on. "But he need not feel embarrassed." "Gee, thanks, Frank and Teddy." "No need to thank me," said Frank and Teddy. "You need not feel embarrassed because you were equally unattractive before the weight gain." "Oh," said Reggie.
"So," Miss Hatchetface said, "is there anybody else here we should know about?"
Reggie scratched at the space between his snake-like nostrils. His eyes shifted uncomfortably to the side. "Well, Miss Thompson is here."
"Oh, no. Not that miserable old crone."
"What's so bad about Miss Thompson?" I asked. Miss Hatchetface blew out her heaviest sigh yet.
"She's the meanest, most miserable wretch in hell. She guards the center of the maze, but in reality, she's not even supposed to be here. When Hellcorp bought up all the local real estate to build the maze, she was the only one who refused to move. They even bulldozed her house, but she just set her teacups up in the middle of the rubble and went about her business. Then they bulldozed her, but she popped right back up out of the ground like a weed.
She also once called me a brainless, oversized toy, boomed Frank and Teddy. But you are a brainless, oversized toy, said Reggie. Yes, and you are enormously fat. Reggie slouched in his portal.
Don't worry, Mr. Monster Man, said Sarah. I don't think you're fat.
Reggie perked up a bit.
You are pretty ugly, though,
she finished. Reggie sank back down like a deflated balloon, his self-esteem no doubt damaged beyond repair.
Maybe we can focus on the problem at hand,
said Miss Hatchetface.
Reggie, do you think you could take us through the maze wall and go around Miss Thompson?
Reggie scoffed. First you call me fat and ugly, and now you want me to do you a favor.
Yes, please,
said Sarah. Reggie smiled down at her. Well, you are awfully cute. I could take you through the wall, I guess, but since none of you are wall beasts, there is a slight chance that the endless void between dimensions would turn your brains to applesauce.
How much is slight?
Asked Miss Hatchetface. Somewhere between 50 and 100%.
How is that a slight chance?
Reggie shrugged. I mean, it's more or less slight, isn't it?
No, it's more. It's definitely more.
Sorry, Reggie said. The only way through the maze is to answer old Miss Thompson's riddles.
That's no problem. I'm great at riddles. I know you are, honey, Miss Hatchetface sighed. But Miss Thompson isn't. She's too old and senile to remember the answers to her own riddles. She can barely even remember the riddles themselves.
Rolling her eyes, she turned to Reggie.
Can you please just drop us off where you found us? We've already wasted enough time here.
Sure, said Reggie. He paused, scratching nervously at the back of his neck with one of his long, silver talons. There is one more thing, though. Could you, not mention to Miss Thompson that I'm still here? She doesn't know yet, and I'd like to keep it that way.
Sure, Miss Hatchetface replied. Just hurry up and put us back.
With that, we were yanked back into the swirling blackness of the wall and spat out on the other side. We tumbled hard through the dirt and mud, half of us winding up on our heads. I guess Reggie really didn't like all the fat comments, I said, struggling to my feet. Then perhaps he should have considered not becoming so fat, suggested Frank and Teddy. I surmised from his tone that Frank and Teddy was still upset by Reggie's comment about his lack of a brain. We dusted ourselves off as best we could and resumed our trek through the ominous high walls of the maze. As we continued on, a thick milky white mist began to gather. We walked on without stopping for about 15 minutes before we came to a large, open section scattered with tree stumps with teacups on them. At the very center of the clearing sat a particularly ugly tree stump overgrown with hideous gray moss. To my surprise, the tree stump opened its mouth and spoke, and I realized it was actually a very ugly, squat old woman, and what I had mistaken for moss was really a dirty rat's nest of hair. Her face was like rotted tree bark spotted with lichen, and hunching over her knobbly wooden cane, she couldn't have stood more than 3 feet tall. I surmised from the collection of mismatched teacups and the foul look of contempt on her face that this must be Miss Thompson.
Look at you 4 hooligans, she snapped. Stomping around my living room uninvited, and in muddy shoes to boot.
Miss Hatchetface stuck her hands on hips and cocked her head.
Look around you, old bat, she said. Your whole floor is made of mud. Yes, snapped the old lady, waving her cane at us with a shaky hand. But this is my mud. Who knows where your mud has been? Just tell us the riddle already so we can pass.
Miss Thompson said.
No need to sit and visit with an old lady over tea after barging into a house uninvited. You just get straight to the point, don't you? All right. Well, let me think.
Miss Thompson squinted her eyes and rubbed her chin.
what's white and black and, how does that one go? Oh, right. There are 2 paths in the woods, and one is white and the other is black. No, that's not right. Oh, I've got it. What's the square root of 472? That's not a riddle, Sarah said. It's a riddle if I say it is, Miss Thompson snapped. So, what's your answer?
Does anybody have a calculator? I asked. Everybody patted themselves and turned out their pockets, but nobody came up with anything.
Oh, Sarah said. I've got it. It's 5.
We all stared at her in confusion.
You're not even close, snapped Miss Thompson. It's 21 7/10.
Sarah tilted her head and put on a quizzical look.
But that's what I just said,
she replied. Miss Thompson teetered on her cane and scratched her cobwebby mess of hair.
You did?
She asked.
Oh, yes,
Miss Hatchetface cut in, nodding vigorously. She elbowed me in the ribs.
Isn't that right, Darren?
She asked. Yeah, I said. That's right. Miss Thompson wrinkled her brow and scratched her head in thought. Deep wrinkles like the grooves in tree bark crossed her face.
I could have sworn,
she said.
Well, alrighty then, dearie. I apologize. I'm afraid my memory's not quite what it used to be. You 4, go on ahead, I guess.
Miss Thompson stuck her cane in the dirt and hunched back over it, retaking the appearance of a very old, knotted and ugly tree stump. Well, that was anticlimactic, I said. After we passed Miss Thompson's living room, the milky white mist of the maze began to clear, and the smell of damp earth gradually faded away into the sulfuric tang of hell. It was around 30 minutes more before we reached the end. The mouth of the exit opened to a path of gray cobblestones that led down to a sheer canyon face. Both sides of the path were lined with broken, sun-bleached skulls. Is that the way to the river Styx? I asked.
Yeah,
replied Miss Hatchetface. I just hope the ferryman hasn't abandoned his post like everyone else. We walked to the edge of the cliff and I stared down at the valley below. Steel gray waters cut around canyon walls of red-striped sandstone that must have been carved over incomprehensible ages. A lone ship bobbed at the near bank of the river.
How do we get down? We'll have to make a hike of it,
Miss Hatchetface replied. She nudged at the path with her foot, and I saw a clearing in the rocky ridge that lined the edge of the cliff face. I followed it with my eyes along a path of gray cobblestones that snaked its way back and forth down the mountainside until it disappeared in the distance. The path was at points wide and gently sloped, and at other points only a few feet across along a steep decline, with sheer rock cliff on one side and nothing but air on the other. Staring down at it gave me vertigo.
It's best not to look down,
said Miss Hatchetface. The river Styx. It took us 4 hours and 2 near-death experiences to hike down the cliff face waiting to the boat. It was the largest ship I'd ever seen by several times over. The hull was a massive construction of dark pitted wood and iron, and the sails were ghostly gray and moth-eaten. The ferryman stood at the river, leaning on a long wooden oar. He stood at least 10 feet tall, and he was clothed in a ragged, salt-stained cloak that obscured his face. He was still enough he could have been mistaken for a statue, until we drew nearer to the riverbank and he spoke. "Who goes there?" he challenged. His voice was slow and deep, like the motion of the river. I looked to Miss Hatchetface for reassurance before I replied. She gave me a weak smile that, for lack of a better alternative, would have to serve as my courage for the moment. "My name is Darren Rogers. This is Frank and Teddy, and this is Miss Hatchetface, my nanny. And this is my daughter, Sarah." The ferryman didn't answer. I looked at Miss Hatchetface again for guidance, but she merely raised her eyebrows and shook her head. "Why do you seek to cross the river Styx?" I cleared my throat, We seek the gate of Oraktar. We have business there." "No demon is permitted at the gate of Oraktar," the ferryman replied. "It is a place of much evil." "Right, well, we know that. I guess we were hoping that maybe just this once you could make an exception." The ferryman looked up at the sky, pausing for a moment. Whether he was considering my words or something else, I could not say. Finally, when I was sure he wouldn't reply, he spoke again. "I have not ferried a soul across these waters in a millennium and more. Yet today my services have been called upon twice. Perhaps you should turn back the way you came. Even you must sense that mortal souls have no business in this realm. Look, we need to speak with Satan. If we have to, my daughter here will command you to ferry us across, and you'll have no choice but to obey." The ferryman turned his hooded face to Sarah before looking back to me. "I am not a demon," he said, his voice not straying from its methodical slow measure. "Nor am I beholden to the dark magic that resides within your daughter's blood. I will not deny your right to decide your destiny. I must warn you, however, you will not like the fate that awaits you on the other side of this river." A chill ran down my spine like a finger of ice tracing its way down my back. "And what is that exactly?" The ferryman looked at the sky again. "Come, it is time to go." Without waiting for a response, the ferryman turned and climbed the boardwalk to the ship, and hesitantly we followed behind him. The interior of the ferryman's ship looked as if it hadn't seen a living soul in thousands of years. The wood was ancient and reeked of mold, and it would creak and moan whenever the ship crested a wave. The cabin was lit by candles that had all nearly burnt down to nothing, their guttering light only sufficient enough to see a few yards in front. The atmosphere was oppressive, and silence hung as heavy on us as the dark, salt-soaked air. The ferryman sat at the front of the cabin and stared at us in stony silence, his long oar resting on his lap. The rest of us sat across from him, except for Frank and Teddy, who had abandoned us for the upper decks of the ship so that he could violently retch over the side. Hoping to break the heavy silence, I decided to speak to the ferryman. "So, I guess the oar is mostly decorative then? If you don't steer the ship, I mean." The ferryman persisted in his silence. Just when I was sure he wouldn't reply, he spoke. "A long time ago I steered the ship, but the ship has made the same journey for eons. She knows her own way now." "Oh, so the ship is alive then? Can she hear what we're saying?" "Perhaps you should ask her." A feeling in my gut told me that would be a bad idea, and so I let the silence settle on the room once again. But it was only a few moments before Sarah spoke up. "Mr. Ferryman?" she said in a small voice. "My name is Charon," said the ferryman. "Oh, Mr. Charon then." "Yes, child." "You said the ship was alive, right?" "Indeed. She has seen even more years than I, though not always as a ship." "What was she before?" "I do not know. I had not yet come into being." "Well, if she has to make the same trip every time forever and ever, doesn't she get bored or tired?" "Perhaps she does. I have never asked. But there is no other way across the river." Sarah stood up and rubbed the wall of the ship affectionately, as if she was petting a large dog. "But that's what I don't get. Why not build a bridge?" Charon leaned forward in his seat. His face was still shrouded by the hood, but his eyes shone, two silvery black glimmers in the candlelight. "Because the creature of the river would not allow it." Sarah's eyes widened just a little. "Creature? What creature?" The ferryman placed two large gray hands on his knees and pushing himself to his feet and leaning on his oar. It is a creature from another world, a world of eternal cold and darkness, beholden to laws much crueler than our own.
And it doesn't like bridges?
The ferryman chuckled, a deep, throaty noise that was more morose than mirthful. The river is the creature's domain. It does not allow anything to stray into its domain but this ship, and that only by an ancient agreement made by gods and devils, long since dead. Sarah was enthralled.
What agreement is that?
The agreement that we have broken, that only the dead shall pass its shores. The ship tilted and we slid over in our seats.
Hold on. Are you saying that we're not welcome on the river?
I am saying that it is up to the creature whether to welcome you or not.
And if the creature doesn't?
Charon stared up at the ceiling of the cabin, quiet and statue still, and I got the feeling that he was not looking at the ship but through it, up at the red skies above. If the creature welcomes you, then fate has willed your journey to succeed. If not, well, that is beyond my control. The ship tilted to the side and I fell out of my seat onto the rotting wood of the cabin floor. The wooden planks of the cabin creaked and groaned as the ship gave another violent lurch. Then there was a sound, a terrible rumbling that rattled the floorboards beneath us.
What the hell was that?
The creature. It has not welcomed you. There was another rumble, louder this time, and the wood vibrated and hummed like a harp string. We rolled across the moss-stained floor as the ship rocked violently from side to side.
What do we do?
I shouted at Charon, but he did not reply. The ship bucked again and we flew across the cabin. I hit the floor face down and my face stung with pain as my nose began to bleed. I looked up just in time to see Sarah sprinting up the stairs to the deck. I tried to call out to her, but another tilt of the ship sent me rolling into the wall, smashing my shoulder hard against the dark, moldy wood. The only one who kept his balance was Charon. He stood stone still and calm, staring up at something only he could see. I scrambled to my feet and raced up the stairs after Sarah. The scene was chaos. The ship tilted and swayed as the river churned foamy and white beneath us. Frank and Teddy clung to the mast of the ship for dear life, while Sarah leaned over the rails.
Shit, Sarah!
I shouted, my voice drowned out by the roar of the waves. She didn't turn around. A giant gray tentacle reached out of the churning waters and coiled around the mast above Frank and Teddy, snapping it off like a giant toothpick. As the ship tilted to the right, I let go of the doorway to the cabin and let myself tumble towards Sarah. I slammed into the railing next to her and pulled myself to a standing position.
What are you doing?
I shouted above the fray.
Magic, she shouted. Go back inside.
A golden ball of light burst from her open hands and shot towards the water, exploding in a shower of dazzling sparks. My legs buckled beneath me as the ship lurched upwards, suddenly free of the water and sailing through the open air. I rolled along the deck until I smashed into something wet and hard. I turned around to see that my back was resting against a thick gray tentacle. My eyes followed the writhing mass of sinewy muscle, and I saw that it had coiled itself around the ship and began waving it through the air like a toy. A bolt of green light hit the tentacle and it recoiled, dropping the ship back down into the waiting river below. Water splashed over the sides, soaking the deck and drenching me to the bone.
We've got to go faster,
I yelled at Sarah.
I'm on it,
she yelled back. I watched as she ran to the stern of the boat and held her hands out as if she were pushing against an invisible wall. A huge plume of green flames exploded from her hands, and the ship rocketed forward, sending me rolling to the stern and Frank and Teddy flying off the mast to join me. I pulled myself up to look over the railing,
Beyond the shimmering heat of the green flames, tentacles were thrashing around in a rage. Any one of them looked as if it could smash the ship to bits, but slowly they were getting farther away. Before I knew what was happening, the ship smashed into the shore with a terrible crunch and I was thrown to the deck again. The deck rumbled and the wood groaned in protest, and we rode across the stony red dirt. The ship slowed to a halt and I pushed myself to my feet to see that the river was well behind us. I watched as the gray, angry tentacles continued to thrash, but they didn't reach past the boundary of the shore. For now, at least, it seemed like we were safe. Disoriented and soaked, we all shambled off the boat. Charon climbed down the boardwalk and leaned on his oar as he stared at the broken mast and shattered hull of the ship. "I'm sorry about your boat," said Sarah.
"It is of no consequence," replied the ferryman. "The ship will heal herself." We watched in awe as new wood sprouted from the mast like a tree, splitting off into branches and leaves that became the sails. The shattered wooden planks of the hull knitted together like stitched wounds.
"That's amazing,"
Sarah said. "Yes, it is," replied the ferryman, rubbing the hull of the ship affectionately. He turned around to look at us, and though he did not lower his hood, I thought I could detect a note of sadness in his voice when he said, "I wish you luck on the rest of your journey." He did not wait for a reply, but turned instead towards the ship. He stuck the oar in the ground beneath it and pushed it like a lever, dislodging it from the river bank. The ship slid back down the shore and into the river, where it bobbed up and down in the steel-gray waters. The massive gray tentacles slipped beneath the waves and the waters closed above them, still and peaceful. The ferryman climbed aboard the waiting ship and it began to sail away, floating off downriver, growing smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. Sarah looked up at me.
"What do you think the ferryman meant by the dark magic in my blood?"
she asked. I don't know, honey, and I'm not sure I want to." The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. Distinctly I remember, it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my book surcease of sorrow, the sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels named Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, and certain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting,
dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, Lenore. This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, Lenore. Merely this and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping, somewhat louder than before. Surely, said I, surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter, when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but, with mien of lore or lady, perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure no craven, ghastly, grim, and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculpted bust above his chamber door, with such a name as nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, until I scarcely say then muttered, other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore. But the raven still beguiling all my fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining, on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining, with the lamplight gloating o'er, she shall press, nevermore. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee By these angels he hath sent thee respite, respite, and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter sent, or whether tempest toss thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, think of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven bends above us, by that God we both adore, and tell this soul with sorrow laden if, within the distant Aidenn, it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And be that word our sign of parting, bird or friend, I shrieked upstarting, get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy break from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight over him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore.